Well, good afternoon and welcome in from Tulsa, Oklahoma. You're looking live at the Expo Raceway here at the SageNet Center for our Sunday afternoon coverage of practice day here on FloRacing for the Chili Bowl Nationals, powered by NOS Energy Drink. Caleb Hart, Earl Hoon Jr., and Chris Moore in the booth hanging out with you guys today. The plan for today is we're going to be on the air here for a couple hours at least. We could go all the way to 4 o'clock, but we're going to go basically until 4 o'clock or the first major track rework. That's the battle plan for this afternoon. No reason to put you guys through hanging out and listening to us through a long session of farming the racetrack and getting it back to good. So that is the plan, at least as of right now. Good morning, gentlemen, or I guess I should say good afternoon as the clock ticks over to noon Central Standard Time here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Earl, Chris, nice to have you back with us here for the week.
It's great to be back, and it's really great to be back inside this building, right? Because for you folks that tuned in all weekend long for the 40th running of the Smiley's Racing Products Tulsa Shootout presented by NOS Energy Drink last week, we thank you so very much. But now that was the mecca of the micros. Now we are here for the mecca of the midgets, because where else, guys, can you go in the world and have all of these drivers culminate here, from road course aces from the IMSA circuit to where you have World of Outlaw drivers, high limit drivers, USAC drivers, Power I, Extreme Edges, the list goes on, all inside the same building, Chris Moore, going for a golden driller.
You left out super late models and F1 and NASCAR.
Yeah. It's early.
Modifieds. It's early. Caleb, he's already shafting people.
Wow. It starts early. And at the same time, his point stands, though, because this is an incredibly impressive collection of talent.
Even after listing what I listed, there's plenty left off that we're going to hopefully get into a lot of, or most of, throughout the week. There's a micro sprint driver and a 410 sprint driver up in Pennsylvania, Kyle Spence. So, yeah, they come from far and wide, from Australia, New Zealand. We've got one from South Africa this year. So we've got them from plenty of different places and plenty of different racing disciplines for the next 6 days here. We get racing tomorrow, so I don't know, 6.5 now left, whatever you want to call it.
I'd say 6.5. That's good enough. Now, today we're going to give you some pretty generalized coverage. We don't have live timing and scoring up. They're not putting transponders up on the cars up top, so we're not going to be able to give you lap times other than a generic, ooh, he looks good. but we don't have live timing and scoring, and that's a facility thing. So, but they need to give their guys and girls a break, because they're about to go through 6 days of transponder on, transponder off, lather, rinse, repeat over and over again at the top of the ramp. So there is no live timing and scoring for you guys. We generally know about what session they're in. However, there's enough fluidity in the sessions that some guys that are scheduled, for example, session 22, are out here now in session 24. So, or I believe session 25 is what they said. We're supposed to be on the racetrack here. So we'll give you a general idea of who we know and what they're doing, and a little background on them, and you guys get a chance to figure it out for yourselves. Start picking early who you want to add to your dirt draft pool coming up that'll load up tomorrow, and amongst the other fun things that we have.
And you know, let us know where you're watching from today, right? Yeah. I mean, let's kick off the week strong, and let us know where you're watching. Tag us on Twitter, Facebook, wherever. We know a lot of you tuned in last week to watch practice. We know even more are tuning in this afternoon. So let us know as you get prepared to, for some of you, go to work tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah, right?
Work. I haven't done that this year.
Yeah.
It's been fantastic.
Oh, must be nice.
I'm just, you know, we talked about it. I'm just happy to be here, because when we all got home last week, we were looking at the weather, and everyone, if you don't know, there was a big weather system, big winter storm that swept through Texas, Oklahoma area. And we all got concerned because we all got notifications that there could be some delays or, you know, closures and airports and this and that. And luckily everything worked out the way we wanted to work out, Chris Moore. And for once, when you and I come down here, we didn't really have any travel difficulties.
We got one more set of flights to make.
Hey, listen, if I can't get home, I can't get home.
Carlo Lord, that was all Earl. I know that we still have two more. I still have 2 more flights I got to get through. I'm knocking on wood, you know, all that. Keep me out of your nonsense, Earl. I want no part of that.
Well, take a look at some of the drivers out here. We believe this is session number 25 as you take a look at the 51 of Kyle Busch. Busch making some laps around off his Tulsa shootout experience, in which proud Papa mode, Brexton Busch ends up coming out and winning the Junior Sprint Golden Driller. Very cool moment for the family.
I think he's
Kyle's
early.
Going to take her back up the ramp. Yep.
Yeah, I think he's out pretty early.
Yeah, Big Al's there to thrash on it, so
Well,
they wanted to make this practice session. There is some forgiveness given. You can miss your session, come out, try again a little bit later. We've seen that. That's absolutely fine. This is pretty informal as far as practice goes.
And for your fans at home, when you go to your local dirt track on the weekend, and if you have a sprint car, midget, whatever, open wheels that need heat in the engines, you're used to the drivers coming out, getting shoved off, make a couple pace laps, and getting heat in the engines, and they duck off in the pit area. Obviously, we're indoors, and you can't do that. If you need to get heat in your motor, you have to be pushed outside, start it, let it run, shut it off, and get shoved back in, to where some of these guys use this day to get heat in the motors, as what you just saw.
Taking a look at Carter Sarf, that's the Chase Briscoe entry. Nice to see Carter back with us. Had an impressive Chili Bowl last year.
You know, another great thing about this event, all the different and very cool looking paint schemes.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? And just look at Sarf's Mobile 1 machine there rolling into turns number 1 and 2. But I mean, I was in the pit area early this morning around 8:15 because that's when Dad wanted to get here. But all the great paint schemes when you're walking up and down the aisles, and just very, very, very cool stuff.
It's a Cy Lynch out there in his midget.
quote-unquote rookie. Right, one of those you wouldn't think is a rookie, but Chili Bowl debut this week for Cy Lynch.
Shane Cottle, the veteran in the 7M. Ripping the racetrack in 1 and 2. As we'll bring this field to green and begin the pummeling of the Brian Kapinski and Alphys booth.
It's already begun.
We are getting showered with clay here. It's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, just shows you how great the track surface is. I mean, it was a big topic last weekend for the shootout. It's obviously going to be a major topic this week here for the Chili Bowl, and how great the track surface is and how consistent it was last week as well.
Yeah, it was really, really good last week, and I know everybody here who was here at Tulsa Shootout or watched at home are hoping for something at least close as far as racetrack and what we had throughout the week. There is Kyle Spence. He has a couple of Golden Drillers to his name in the Tulsa Shootout, the A-Class 2020 winner and the 2019 Stock non-wing. Caleb, bad news. 50-yard Bo Nix to somebody.
Ooh.
Touchdown for the Broncos. They strike first.
Grr.
Bad news for me, too. I have money on the Bills.
Oh, well.
I have Ravens, Bills, and Eagles in a parlay. So.
Ooh. Well, you're 1/3 of the
Well,
way there.
at least somebody has some money to gamble away here during these games, because fellas, I don't.
Guy, Earl, I told you, counting to 21 is hard.
It's very hard.
Like,
Especially if you're Earl.
Oh, yeah, and I didn't like math to begin with back in school. I really didn't.
it's okay. We'll go back and we'll teach you craps, and you'll enjoy the game while
Okay.
losing money,
Yeah, exactly.
as opposed to have to be doing math.
Yeah.
Now you just have to read
Yeah,
for
right.
comprehension.
Yeah, blackjack sucks when you're losing. Craps,
Yo,
craps, you're still having fun rolling the dice and everything like that.
So
You know, I don't like rolling the dice in craps. Too much pressure. Somebody
Oh.
else can roll.
You gotta
I'll
live.
just take the money.
You gotta live for the pressure, man. That's what life's about.
Well, our next group of cars is on the track.
Pressure makes diamonds, right? Isn't that what they say?
yeah, that's what they say.
For those of you buying diamonds,
Don't
that's
know what
that.
world you're living in, Chris Moore, but anyway.
17A is Tom Dunkel out of Menifee, California. Hello, Tom. Welcome to the Chili Bowl. That is the 15D of Andrew Deal out of Caney, Kansas, a regular here
Yep.
at this event. And
Made the A-Main in 2015, finished 8th. Andrew Deal.
driver, we usually say his name once or twice over the course of the broadcast. Good racer. That car has no numbers on it, so we don't know.
To be determined.
That's right.
Well, these cars out here that we are seeing are a lot of cars that are scheduled for a prelim on Thursday. So he's still got 3 more days to get it lettered, I guess.
Dunkel around in the 17. Saw a look at the 11K of Cole Parker out there from Coal City, Indiana as well. I'm going to be happy here in a minute or two when you tell me Josh Allen throws the 50-yard strike back.
It's
right.
Can't rule it out.
Yeah.
Or run for 50 yards. Anything's possible with that dude.
He is the real deal. Real deal.
Sorry. The real game, Earl, you know, the real game starts in 3 hours
Yep.
or so.
Go Birds. For all you fans at home, you're welcome, America. I can't say anything. The Nittany Lions didn't pull one off I wanted the other night, so
It's fair.
thank you, Fighting Amish. I mean, the Fighting Irish. Thank you for taking that one away.
Fighting Amish. That's a new one.
Yeah, you never heard the Fighting Amish? Yeah.
No.
When you're not a Notre Dame fan.
I don't usually pay as much attention.
Landon Crawley, fresh off rookie season with the Outlaws, going true Outlaw schedule up in this coming year. The 11L from Benton, Arkansas. You see slowly rolling around back straight away.
Yeah, ran 10th this past season with the World of Outlaws, as you said, in his rookie campaign on the World of Outlaws Sprint Car Tour.
Green flag back out. David Gaspar running the 14 machine out of Santa Barbara, California. Gaspar with roots down in Lightning Sprint Racing out there. And the 14E of Jeffrey Newell, the former Golden Driller winner in Tulsa shootout action.
I was in the infield for the first couple of practice sessions this morning, and I was looking at the curb on the inside of the racetrack, and very much like it was last weekend in the beginning of the week of how tall it is, and pretty much it's very square and flattens off at the top where normally it gets pretty rounded off. But that curb this week is going to be no joke. If you do not hit it right, it is going to really get you out of shape. But you saw last weekend coming down to the final lap between Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson, right, for that feature event, to where Larson was able to hit it spot on and almost was able to take the win away from Seabell.
Yeah, Clinton has talked about it. It'll wear itself out as the week goes on, as the guys get up there, get their left fronts on it. It'll kind of wear down and definitely get smaller and much more manageable. But early in the week, you're gonna want to kind of go around it and avoid it. And then as the week goes on, it's going to be more of a usable line.
We'll have Clinton Boyles back, sharing his insight with us on the broadcast starting tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Good to
It's gonna
have
be
Clinton.
busy today.
Yep, good to have Clinton once again. We'll be joined by Brian Ward and Chris Wilner, as well as Blake Anderson, also on the broadcast. Driver's Night is coming up on Thursday, so we'll have a driver's segment here in the booth where we boot almost all of us out. Somebody's got to make sure that they don't burn the building down, but and let them go for the qualifiers on Thursday. So
it will not be as popular likely as our mini kids segment we had.
Oh, that
during
was a
shootout.
blast.
Oh, that was so much fun.
And I imagine next year we'll kind of plan it and do it even bigger and better and let them go.
Why not?
I think it'll be great.
I thought it was a blast. So we'll do that once again. We should get a look at the NOS Energy Drink Ramp Cam. Our entire broadcast powered by NOS. I know we'll need it. It's a long week. It's a lot of racing to get in, especially on Saturday where we're going from dawn to dusk here in this one.
Not you.
No, I take Saturday morning off. It's the one shift I get a chance to not.
Take
I'll be
a
in the
breath.
building, though.
I'm sure you will.
Yes. Too
You
much.
have to be.
Too much fun to be had.
Yeah.
soon.
Yeah.
Saturday's
Right?
the day, yeah. I mean, it's really a great day great opportunity for you to have off and just watch some stuff happen. Saturday's a fun day, whether you're watching somebody go on a major soup run or you're up at the top of the ramp watching the chaos and the quick turnarounds. It's not like if you watch Tulsa Shootout and we had 8 E mains and 8 D main. Every main had 8 cars, or 8 races, I should say. That's not going to be the case come Saturday. We're going to have 2 of each letter. So you're basically going to get 1 race in between, should you transfer, 1 race in between to get yourself turned around and back out there. So It's a fun day. It's fun to be up at the top of the ramp on Saturday morning, but Caleb, I'm sure it'll be fun for you too to just kind of hang out and watch it all unfold.
You know, at the end of the day, we're all pretty spoiled because not only are we working here, but we're race fans too. And this is going to be nearly 400 of the best drivers on the planet going for one little trophy at the end of it. And some of the fun is watching those stories that end up developing through your Saturday morning. The massive runs by a Chris Carroll coming up through the field, Jason McDougall from a few years back, Sammy Swindell has put on some big soup runs here in recent years coming up and through. So,
correct me if I'm wrong, I think Billy Van Inwagen did a couple of years ago as well. He went on through 5 or 6 of them.
Billy V did have a pretty good run. Van Inwagen.
Yes.
That only took me until we hired Blake to say that correctly. So that should be the 21X of Casey Schumann. Schumann and the 21X. That is a different car this year, as no longer a Dunlap performance car. Instead, Casey's 21X comes underneath Sean Deskin's banner. So we remember Sean from some interactions with Jeffrey Pahuli at the Tulsa Shootout.
Yeah. Casey Schumann.
Amongst other things.
Yeah, right. A 5-time A-Main starter is Schumann. Last one came in 2015. There's the 21D. Justin Dickerson, his 8th Chili Bowl appearance in the 21D machine.
We take a look at the 19 car out on the raceway, and that's Ethan Mitchell, the Bundy Built Motorsports 19M. Coming to us out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Saw Bundy during the shootout. Nice to see him up walking around and looking good. So little Bundy out there on track. Your 29J making a 28J. That is Joe Perry, one of the Billings, Montana contingent of drivers. Northwest not sending a whole lot this year, but Joe going to be one of the 4 going for the Shayna Barnes Northwest Award, over $1,200 in just straight cash for the highest finishing Northwest-based driver. So
that is Michael Hubert. He's rolling by in the 27X machine. Hubert and the Corey Joyner owned race car. A Hendrick Motorsports employee, if you remember, forget if it was winged out, or excuse me, non-wing outlaw or stock non-wing heat races, Tulsa Shootout action. He led pretty much the whole way of his heat race, and Kyle Larson, of course, a driver for Hendrick Motorsports, snookered him on the final lap to take the heat race win away from Michael Hubert.
That won't be a conversation in the office, I promise. Jacob Harris in the 26J rolls on in the infield. Talked to Jacob last year in the pit area in between one of them. His electronic system was causing us some interesting interference in the truck. I remember that. Got the old school Magneto on.
Yeah, I remember that as well, yeah.
Me and, I want to say Chris Wilner ran him down and found it. And it's like, hey, dude, what do you got going on here? Here's all the cheater parts. Just kidding. Good people, the Harrises. Kyle Busch on track in the 51. Mentioned him earlier.
Brady Bacon, the 21H machine, the Hink Motorsports entry. A 5-time A-Main starter, the Macho Man Brady Bacon.
One of the more decorated drivers in Tulsa Shootout history, still looking for his first Chili Bowl Nationals A-Main win.
He's been close on several occasions. You go back, of course, FloRacing, you can go into the archives and watch pretty much every A-Main Chili Bowl that you want, and some of them you can go C to B to A. Of course, all the ones on Flo, you can archive everything, but they've got all the Chili Bowls, and pretty much every year you turn on, you're going to see Brady Bacon somewhere late in the night on Saturday with an opportunity to get in and run up front in the show. Caleb, by the way, field goal for the Bills. No touchdown.
That's substandard. Do better. I have no money on that game. I just don't like watching a certain team win.
Up my way, too, there's a lot of Bills fans. I was back there talking to Matt Williamson, and I mentioned something about the Eagles, and he was like, we're going to miss the Bills game. So I should text Matt and say, you can come in here and watch it with us.
Yeah. Come pull up a headset. It'll be fun. Well, Green rolling out onto the racetrack. Practice continues here. Should be Parker Jones's 41 car you get a look at as he rolls her into the top of turn number 1. Shooting 21.
Looking out in front of us, guys. You mentioned him, Brady Bacon, the left side of the hood. It looks like it's starting to fly off there as he goes into turn numbers 3 and 4. Right on cue. Thank you, boys.
Forgot his Zeus button.
Oh, no.
You think that was aerodynamic spin? Little air caught the left front,
It could
pulled
be.
him around.
Could be.
I was just kidding. I doubt it, but you never know.
Could have been a contributing factor.
Or it could be the announcer's jinx because we were talking about him.
Get it out of our system early.
Oh, boy.
That's true. Do it today. And if it's just a spin in practice, that's about as good of an announcer jinx as you could hope for.
That's...
Because it gets a hell of a lot worse than that.
Yes, it does. Our flip count, by the way, is at 1.
Yes.
This is going to be an unofficially kept thing.
Yeah.
Unofficial is the very important word there. There is one of them, and there's a story about it, and we'll get to that.
And we should clarify, it's the Chili Bowl flip count, not the on-track flip count.
That's correct. This did not happen within the 5th mile circle of the Expo Raceway.
Yeah. And
Matter of fact, didn't even happen in the building.
Right, I was about to say that. Did not happen. It happened in the parking lot, folks.
But it counts because if he hadn't flipped, we would be replacing an electrical junction box and possibly be racing in the dark.
Yeah.
Be very sad.
Well, somebody wouldn't be me. I would not be
No, we'd be
replacing
talking
anything.
in the dark.
Yeah. And we'd probably be talking to nobody.
Yeah, generators exist.
It's true.
Dean Mills and Nate Hartman up top, working our 2 cameras this afternoon.
You didn't tell me
practice
Mills was on a camera.
Yeah, Dino's up there.
Does Nate know what to do up there?
Yeah, I know.
When Nate's in the building, he's in the infield at turn 3.
Right?
So if there's a camera off, it's probably Nate's. Nate's in a completely different spot in this building.
Shots fired already. Look at Joe Perry once again.
Nice and clean paint scheme there.
Dean is just sitting there furiously refreshing Twitter, waiting for the Raiders head coach.
The Raiders.
It's not going to be Mike Vrabel. We learned that.
Read it.
If you're wondering why we're seeing a couple of cars, multiple times, they're pushing down the ramp 2 groups at a time. They all come out, they get engine heat, and then they push the second group. I believe this would be 26 into the infield. So 25 runs their hot laps. 26 then comes out. 28, excuse me. So 28 is out now. So next time, after 28 is done, they'll push 29 and 30 down the ramp onto the racetrack. They'll get engine heat, and then 30 will pull the infield, will run 29, and then 30 will come out. So
and again, there's a little wash between the sessions. Guys can go a session early, a session late.
Yeah.
Amongst them that you see out of the track, Kyle Bielman, the Dave.com 31 car. Bielman bringing 3 cars this year.
There's Jacob Harris, cell phone machine, made his Chili Bowl debut last year, coming back for more here in 2025.
Ben Schmidt's 35S out of Plymouth, Wisconsin, around the inside of the track. Pretty successful limited sprint racer up there in the area.
Yeah, he had a handful of 360 sprint car wins this season as well. Rodney Westhafer, his second Chili Bowl appearance.
Crossbones.
Midget winner at Linda Speedway.
I think you got to get the right gumption on that nickname when you use it, right?
I'll leave that to you.
It's got to be Earl. It's his.
Yeah.
Also past winner at the Williams Grove Speedway and 410 competition.
He's posse, so it's got to be Earl's delivery of
That's
the
Earl's
nickname
group.
that matters there.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, if
We're
you want.
giving you your due diligence here, buddy.
Yeah, you're our Pennsylvania posse representative.
There can only be one
The
Prince
representative
of Port
of the posse, international sex symbol, the Prince of Port Royal.
Well, we use the sex symbol thing as a loose.
That's
Use
just
that
amongst
loosely.
us. Yeah.
The man to my left here is the one that made that up.
Well,
I'm
no,
still deciding
no,
what's
that's not
going on
true.
the T-shirt.
That's not true.
I'm the one who
Caleb
popularized
announced it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Blake Anderson.
Yes.
Jelly of the
Benton.
Month Club, the gift that keeps on giving.
That was
Blake
great.
Anderson.
I have that clipped on my phone. Like, if we could replay that.
I do need you to resend me the clip of
Okay.
you and I losing our absolute
It
mind.
was so great.
I was going to show that last night at dinner, and I'm like, darn Andrew.
Yeah,
user.
it takes some work to find it if you go through the clip of Saturday.
Right.
So, no, yeah, I can send it. Me and
Yeah.
Chris Wilner, while we were sitting in the drive-thru at Whataburger waiting for our food for an
It
hour,
was so great.
we found it.
There's a lot of sound bites from last week. boy.
Yeah, and you know what? We're going to reference the Tulsa shootout a lot. So during your off time, and you'll have some hours in between practice today and Monday night of the Chili Bowl Nationals, go back and view some of that Tulsa shootout footage. I'll tell you what, if you just watch Saturday from the LCQs through the main events alone, you're in for an absolute treat. It was fantastic racing. But the entire 60-plus hours archived of shooting there is well worth it because over 389 races, you really didn't have a bad one. Like, there's something happened in every single one, and some of them were absolutely dynamic. So treat yourself. Go back and watch everything that happened in the week before Chili Bowl. Check it out, the Tulsa Shootout, here on FloRacing. Flying A Motorsports sponsoring our speed shot. There's a kid from the Pacific Northwest, the former outlaw as well. It's the 45H featuring the Saratoga Motorsports Park sponsorship of Robbie Price, who is running for Johnny Herrera this week.
We
Hollywood, Johnny Herrera.
really quick, Caleb. We omitted somebody.
Uh-oh.
Kyler.
Yeah, I didn't know. Nobody told me, but Kyler is operating the camera in turn 1.
We let him work a camera?
I guess.
Wow.
I guess. Well, I guess they figure we don't really need graphics today, so we have Kyler moving a camera.
Wait,
around
Kyler
instead.
does graphics?
I think so.
Yeah, he was doing graphics last week. Yeah.
He was at shootout. Yeah. What did you think he did?
I thought he sat there.
Besides go get lunch.
I thought he
Ordered-
sat there. Yeah.
Ordered lunch.
Yeah, and not Chick-fil-A breakfast. I
Did
might
you
add.
get Chick-fil-A breakfast in the week in between?
No.
Wow, buddy.
Here's the problem. My work and living place is like 4 minutes apart, and the only thing in between them is Wawa. So I get hot chocolate and crumb cake every morning. My girlfriend calls me a grandpa, but
At the same
I
time,
respect that, though.
it works.
yeah,
I respect
I think it's a respectable breakfast.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I respect that.
That's Brody Fusen in the 51. Our 53 is Sean Robbins from Collinsville, Indiana. Sharp-looking ride for him. 54C, Chance Hull. That thing's awfully reflective. Good thing he is sponsored by a graphics company. Else we would look silly.
He made the A-Class feature at Tulsa Shootout.
Our other 54 car, there is the veteran Matt Westfall, winner of USAC races and more. Westfall is always one of those really sneaky, down the pool, good picks that's going to score you points.
Fifth,
Hint,
or
hint.
yeah, a 5-time A-main starter. He's run 8th twice. Now it was in 2000 and 2003, but Westfall, no slouch. There's the guy. I thought it was really cool. Joe Gibbs Racing went from against dirt racing for his drivers to putting the micro that Bell won the non-wing outlaw micro
In the hall.
in the display.
Yeah.
At Joe Gibbs
So
Racing.
cool. Christopher Bell, the big winner from the Tulsa Shootout, our non-wing outlaw 55 laps for Donnie Ray winner that finished out our Saturday night in a clip that has been seen by a lot of people. Here
Congratulations,
over the last few
Caleb,
days.
by the way. Because
What
I know
for?
you were proud of it. You,
Oh, that was cool.
Your voice on NASCAR social media.
That was kind
For
of
sure.
cool,
Yeah,
right?
there's little milestones that for us in our little goofy world that we live in
That was
you get
neat.
moments for sure.
There was one guy going, yeah, you still sound like you're 12 years old. Well, yeah.
I was having fun like a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not, right? It's entertainment. Entertain. Have
Absolutely.
fun. C.J. Leary, one of the Alex Bowman stable of cars out on the racetrack right now. The Ally-sponsored machines. He's got a really strong group of drivers with him here this week once again. Lights change to green here in the arena. Get a look, see what Westfall can do, what kind of laps he can crank out. Again, no live timing and scoring here for practice today. We apologize. They are just not taping the transponders to cars up at the top of the ramp.
Caleb, you know that guy?
I do. Robbie Price. multiple-time feature winner at Skagit Speedway this year. NARC 410 feature winner as well on the Road to Dirt Cup.
My notes, 410 sprint winner at Skagit in September. I thought I'd let you have that, though.
Good notes. Thank you, sir.
Oh, boy.
Oh, CJ Leary coming across the nose.
I believe that's Johnny Kent, the 55F. Yes, it is. He's a USL sprint winner at Creek County Speedway this season and an OCRS sprint winner at the Red Dirt Raceway. But getting a little squeeze there.
Thursday night, guys. This is right up your alley.
I'll
You'll
be here
in the booth. On
I'll
Thursday
be here in
night.
the booth on Thursday.
On top of that, by the way, we get to hear your signature coming to green call on Thursday night.
Was that happening?
It has been requested.
By who?
People who can request it.
I have to do.
You'll be bringing the field to green.
All right.
Yeah.
It's going to be terrible.
I'll be the judge.
Yep.
I'm told it's really cool, so I'm looking forward to it.
It depends. Like, I hate listening to it. It's very cringe for me, but I feel like that's kind of part of the deal.
We all kind of have our signature calls,
Right.
though, right? Like mine's been handed down now generationally. It's kind of the Skagit Speedway call with a little flair on it, but the first guy who was there for a long period of time, Chet Corey, used it, handed it off to my dad, who handed it off to me, and we've all put our little twists on it, right? So, gotta have your thing.
Earl kicks tires.
He does.
And lights fires.
And lights fires.
What's cooler, Earl, lighting fires or kicking tires?
That's a tough question. That's a really tough question.
Fire bad.
Yeah. That's that's a tough question right now in today's day. As green lights come back on for this practice session.
Mariah Eade in the 71E, one of the Keith Kuntz Motorsports stable of cars, all 16 of them in the house.
When we go to that dump shot at the top of the grandstands here in 3-4, just shows you the amount of space that the Keith Kuntz camp takes up here at the Tulsa Expo Raceway. Like you said, 16 cars. Technically they have 17, but because of the Race of Champions. But it's just, when I went down there yesterday, it's just unbelievable. And think about that. You have 16 cars that maintenance, and I only roughly counted about 5 crew guys doing maintenance on all the cars. And there, guys, is one of the nicest paint schemes that I have seen so far inside this building. Old school, I think of when I see that.
Yeah, that's another Keith Kuntz entry.
It's the Jacob Denny car. You get a chance to vote on Best Appearing Car, I believe, at some point in time. You saw the 81F, Frank Flood. Really nice looking My Race Pass ride out of the Jody Rosenboom stable this year. So.
Right there, boys. Thank you, guys. That is just, look at old school colors right there. I mean, good luck to the judges that have to vote for the best looking paint scheme, because we mentioned there's a lot of great cars that look very good this weekend, but there's top 5 in my book right now.
The Toyota JBL Mobile 1 TRD Curb Records KKM Curb Agajanian Link chassis with a Speedway Toyota. Jacob Denny coming to us out of Galloway, Ohio, and it looks good. Christopher Bell driving the Ream 71W. Mariah Eade in the Pacific Boring 71E.
If you're wondering, a lot of the KKM cars are numbered 71, and we're going in order of prelim night and then car number for group. So that's why you have Denny and Eade and Bell all out here together. A few of them changed the number. Obviously, Denny's 67, and there's a handful of cars that did get the number changed from 71. But a bulk of the KKM entries are car numbered 71.
That should be Cole Garner's 75G.
Speedquip Motorsports entry.
Makes his way from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Another look at Frank Flood. Flood, heartbreak, scheduled to start in the front row.
On the pole, right?
Yeah. For Wing Outlaw.
Yeah.
And ends up dropping a cylinder on the ramp.
Carter Jensrud in that 71 machine. He's a micro sprint racer out of Wisconsin. As you see Flood here. Going to the outside, I believe that's John Clabundi he's alongside. Clabundi making his 12th Chili Bowl appearance.
Fort Calhoun, Nebraska driver. You see Dalton Gabbard going up the NOS energy drink ramp cam.
So I don't know if you guys seen him yet today, but I ran into the old cowboy already.
Cowboy's here.
Cowboy is here.
He has done some.
Harmonica in the coveralls, ready to go.
He has done some quality concrete watering already.
Actually,
Track
surprised we
holding
don't
up
see him
like-
here today so far.
Why
Doesn't
do you
look
say
like
that,
you were-
Caleb? Are they taller than they were last time we were here? or-
No, it's just the track is staying nice and moist. And remember, watering the concrete was a big part of that.
You just wanted to say moist.
Yes. So there's your look, Earl, as we take a look. It's the BR Motorsports Ignitioneering pit cam.
So the Keith Coons camp is on the left, obviously, right? And that doesn't do it justice. So you have about, what, 7 cars in behind the trailers, 2 at the bottom left of your screen, and then a whole lot more that keeps going to the left, right? They got that whole end of row covered with Keith Coons. And then you got the Matt Wood, Clausen Motorsports teams to the right. They have all their midgets set up there. Then you have the scales in front of that trailer all the way on the right side of your screen, where we will be getting interviews later on this week with all the heat race winners, qualifying winners, main winners, blah, blah, blah. And then it's just a who's who throughout the building. Was able to make a couple trips all the way down, back and forth. And each time I went up, down an aisle, I saw something new, right? So it's just amazing sight to be had here at the Chili Bowl Nationals when you walk in the pit area, because they never sell out here, right? Yeah, sure. So all the seats may be full, but folks, if you still want to come here and enjoy this experience and this event, you can, because they never sell out. You come in, buy a pit pass. They have a couple big screen monitors on each end of the pit area to where you can just plop a chair down on the old concrete and look up and enjoy yourself.
Earl, you got to remind him to go sit with the rowdies.
Or, yeah,
can't-
I
you
mean,
can't.
to be honest, I was about to bring that up because I think my off night is Friday, I believe. And I might have a
Goodness gracious.
couple beverages and go enjoy myself there off of turn number 2 with the top row rowdies.
That could be fun.
What a terrible idea.
Or no, Earl and the Rowdies?
Oh, that's
Absolutely.
match made in heaven.
We will go throw him out there.
You give me a marshmallow, I'll throw a marshmallow. You give me a drink, I'll drink it.
I mean, we've seen you drive a golf ball. You'll hit it 350 yards.
Yes.
You have no idea where it's going, but you will hit
No,
it 350. Like that marshmallow will come at somebody's head at 95 miles an hour. It will be capable of killing a pigeon.
They do that actually
Killing a pigeon.
at golf outings, you know, for like
Oh, yeah.
charity and stuff. They
Yep.
do the longest marshmallow drive. You literally pay $1 for each marshmallow you want to hit, and you try and hit your marshmallow the furthest. You know what the key is, Caleb? Swing slower. Don't try and crush it.
Yep.
Let
Swing
the club
nice
do
and
the work.
easy. Yeah.
Right?
I mean, that's the key always to golf, but especially trying to hit a marshmallow. If you hit it too hard, it fans out too much, gets too much air resistance, and it doesn't go anywhere. You got to nice and easily try and keep it compact. I
Now,
did this.
everyone knows how Chris Moore and myself love playing golf, right? However, I just found this out last night that our very own Chet Christner
Heck of a golfer.
is a avid golfer when it comes down to disc golf.
Really?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. Tyler McKim, our producer, a.k.a. Dad, told me that information last night when we were on our way to the Hard Rock Casino, which I'm coming back, Hard Rock. I got to get my money back. I'm coming back for you. But, yeah, Chuck Christner, a very avid disc golfer. Tries to stay active during the week when he's on the road with the High Limit Racing Series on FloRacing.
Not know that about Chet.
No, I didn't.
Neither did
Maybe he's done playing with snowmobiles. He'll get around it.
Have you ever done disc golf at all?
Me? No, but I watch it on Reels, you know, on Facebook.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn cool.
I got a buddy who does it, so I went a couple of times with him. He played real golf with me.
Yeah.
And I kicked his tail. Then we
Did
went
he
and played
have
disc golf. and
all kinds of
He's got a set. Oh, yeah. There's
whole set?
There's a set.
I guess technically they're not Frisbees. Is it like discs
No, they're
that
discs.
now? That's,
Yeah, they're discs.
Yeah, okay.
It's different.
So out on the racetrack, you have got Tony Hilton's 81G. He's from Spencer, Indiana.
Second Chili Bowl appearance for him. Brandon Gray owns that race car.
Jordan Mallett is in the 91S, the Swindell Motorsports second car. Swindell Motorsports, Bertrand Motorsports, teaming up on that. Mallett, the ASCS national competitor of years past, coming in to run the rookie run here at the Chili Bowl. The musician, Johnny Murdoch, and the Zero Boys. Murdoch is here as usual. Out of St. Louis, Missouri. There is the 1P of Terry Nichols from Delano, California.
He was a midget winner at the Bakersfield Speedway this season.
Let's have a good look at the Mallett car.
Oh. Caleb, the Bills have the ball at the 5.
Yes.
First and goal.
Excellent.
I agree. Let's go, Buffalo.
Cameron LaRose, the 2P, saw him in micro sprint action. Now back to contest in the midgets. Welcome back to Cameron.
Big Daddy.
One of 5 CB Industries entries we have for the week. Chris Wyndham coming to us. Car number 89X from Canton, Illinois.
Wyndham, a 10-time A-main starter here at the Chili Bowl. 5th in 2010 was his best run. Touchdown Bills.
Yes.
We got you covered, folks. No need to turn the channel. We got you covered. Just keep it right here on FloRacing all afternoon long.
Listen, man, we do racing, but if you want me to like radio commentate the Bills for you, I can handle it.
We got you covered.
I got you.
The former Chili Bowl champion from a couple of years back, it is the 88 of Tanner Thorson out of Broken Arrow. Thorson the last one to win before Logan Seavey's 2 Chili Bowl win streak.
And he outgunned Christopher Bell to do it. Did Tanner Thorson.
Heck of a race for him. Jeff Stassa in the 91.
Mark Stassa owned entry. Jeff making his prelim A-main in 2014 and 2021.
Calls Kingman, Kansas his home. Would assume he would be rooting against the Broncos.
Theoretically.
Hopefully.
But if he's rooting for who we think he's rooting for, then I don't really care about him anyway.
Harsh?
I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, damn, Chris.
Well,
The highest number in the field, the number 938, is Bradley Fazzard out of Bonnerdale, Arkansas. You'll find no number taller than the 938.
You get an award for that?
Should.
I agree. But you don't tell anybody about it. Then you'd have a bunch of...
Glory on practice day on the broadcast.
Yeah.
Earl, you don't have money on the Birds game, do you?
Well, no, I gambled it all the way last
Lost it.
night.
So we got to go back to the casino
Yes,
before it starts?
I got to go
Okay.
back in a couple hours.
We are green. Practice session continues on. It should be practice session 31, I believe. 31 and 32.
Yes, sir, that is correct. As we mentioned, we have yet to have a big farm session for the track surface. We do predict that will be coming up in the next couple of hours, but as we mentioned before, for all you race fans that tuned in last week to the Tulsa shootout of how great that surface was and how consistent it was, that's exactly what we're seeing here during today's practice sessions of how consistent this surface is, and gives us a great feeling of what we are going to see for the upcoming qualifying nights. As the checkered flag is out, that will complete
Yeah, Earl, you said something there. It's obviously practice day for all the racers, but it's a practice day for the track crew as well, right? Just,
Yeah.
you know, we had the Tulsa shootout, and we ranted and raved, as have a lot of drivers, on how great the racetrack was for shootout, but still an opportunity here. Obviously, these are different race cars, more horsepower,
Different
weight,
tires.
yeah, different tire, everything like that. So there's going to need to be some adjustments made by the track crew for the racetrack, and today's a good opportunity for them to try and make those adjustments and see where they're at before we get into racing action tomorrow.
Still a lot of variables into play this coming week when it comes to track prep. Yeah, we may be inside a building, but still remember that this track is on top of concrete. So when you water it, the water has nowhere to go. It just sits on top of concrete, right? And then you got to play in some other factors, because when they open up the doors, that lets cold air come in, a lot of humidity come in to this building as well. So just another storyline that we will keep you up to date with all week long.
There's the X machine, Dan Bennett, Chili Bowl rookie. He's a 360 and 305 sprint car racer from New York. One of our several zero entries, Kevin Carl in the 0L machine. There is the 81 Tony Helton, Brandon Gray entry. His second Chili Bowl appearance. That, I believe, is the 05 of Alex Midkiff. Yeah, another Chili Bowl rookie, Tobias Midkiff, the owner of that race car.
Looking very Loyette-esque with the paint scheme and the numbers. I like the throwback there, although it seems weird to call Loyette a throwback at this point in time. There it is. Sharp looking race car. So Midkiff logged some laps. Amongst others, as we're into the early 30s. Original practice sessions will end at 39, and then what do? Uno reverse card.
Yeah.
They'll do some track work, and they will throw a different looking surface at the drivers and go 39 backwards at that point. That way, hopefully they can get two different tracks to kind of practice on and have an idea of where their stuff is.
Yeah, if you're in the middle, obviously you're going to get a similar surface both times, but on the flip side, that surface is going to be in pretty good shape. It's not going to be, completely used up and run in, which they try to prevent anyway with occasional work throughout the sessions. They've done a little bit of touching up here and there as we've gone from 1 to low 30s. But you're also not going to come out, as some of the early guys maybe did, and have a quote-unquote dyno session, as they call it, when it's juiced up and heavy, and you just roll around with your foot on the gas. So yeah.
And even that when it's gassed up and heavy, you're really not on the gas a whole heck of a lot here at the Expo Raceway for the amount of power that these midgets make and the size of the racetrack. Yeah, a little bit longer than you would normally, but it is definitely not a floor it, set it, and forget it kind of situation. As we get a look, your car is out there. There is Andrew Felker, always one of the better looking cars in the building. Felker has had some huge notable runs here. The James Hodge Auto Group sponsored car out of Sedalia, Missouri.
He's a 3-time A-Main starter, including a season ago. It was Andrew Felker in the 11A.
Behind him, stacking up, Shannon McQueen's 7 car. McQueen out here doing a lot of car ownering now these days. Originally out of California. You want to take a stab at pronouncing the name of that town, Earl? All right, here you go.
Caleb, do you know it? Being
No.
from out?
No, but Dean will
okay.
correct us quickly.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Tehachapi, California?
Oh, my.
Gesundheit.
Yeah. So we know Dino, he's probably going to text us here. I see him already up there now, working.
I'm gonna put money. that
That was wrong, first of all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll guarantee that was not how you pronounce that.
Tehachapi.
Maybe?
Maybe we're gonna find out.
I think that's probably closer than Earl.
Tehachapi comes in with McKim. All right.
Dad.
That's from
Oh, that's
Dean.
official. Got it.
Tehachapi.
That's
Tehachapi.
So you were close, Caleb.
Thank you.
A lot closer than Earl.
Just say tomahawk. Dino's shaking his head up there.
Chance Morris.
Oh, no.
Kendall, Texas.
Caleb, the Bills forced a 4th down, and the Broncos fake punted and converted.
Oh, ugh, gross.
It was a well-executed fake punt.
Still gross.
Well, yeah.
5U. That's the Michael Facinto ride. Hanford, California. Trifecta Motorsports.
I know
Spike
that.
with an SR11 in it.
I know that our guy Walkipedia said he's petitioning to try and get a change to quadfecta because they have 4 race cars in their stable
I think that would
this
be,
year.
I think that would be a good thing.
Yes.
Would make sense.
For all of the up-to-date, latest information on this, Walkipedia is the follow. by
That's
the
the
way.
man.
If you go to the X machine or the Twitter machine, it's _Waka, WALKA, Pedia, PEDIA.
Missed him greatly the first couple of days of Tulsa shootout for sure.
Well, he had a long trip back from
No, I don't
yeah.
blame him for not being
First
there,
ever high-limit race out there.
but 8X Jeff Schindler, his 3rd career Chili Bowl appearance.
Out of Evansville, Indiana.
Self-owned machine. J-Mac, Jason McDougall, one of the Ramco Speed Group race cars.
It's a good ride for McDougall this year. Let's see what he can put together, and it had a miserable shootout.
Yeah. That is I believe the 17K, yeah, Tim Creech the 2nd, Chili Bowl rookie. Michael Kuntz owned race car. Tim Creech the 2nd, one of the many rookies we've got competing in the Chili Bowl here in 2025.
Drivers from sessions 33 and 34 on racetrack, by the way.
Is that Santino Ferrucci there?
That is.
Got it. Earl, I don't know what happened. This did have the broadcast on it, and at some point,
Well, that's dear old
disappeared.
dad getting back at me, probably.
There's still 2 more in here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Caleb, they forced a punt anyway.
Hey, all right.
And this one is
Thanks.
being punted away.
Thanks for the good news.
You got it, pal.
What's the score?
10-7 Buffalo, but they're gonna get the ball at the 1.
Yeah.
99-yard scoring drive. All right.
If there's anybody you can count on, it's Josh Allen.
Colton Garris, Owasso, Oklahoma's 7K. Never miss this car when it's driving at night. That should be Ryan Bickett's 17B. Not only that, but Ryan is nice enough to put his name on the side visor.
That's always it's so much help. They don't understand it. These cars, I mean, they're great race cars, but sometimes the number and trying to figure out who they are is a genuine challenge.
Now there is the 11. Make that the 11X of Donovan Peterson. Peterson out of Brookings, South Dakota.
Peterson owns a handful of race cars that are going to be competing this week.
"8W is Caleb Montgomery, Templeton, California based driver.
Got a couple of 316 non-wing wins to his credit this season at Santa Maria Speedway and Kern Raceway. Does Caleb Montgomery.
Kyle Steffens, the Performance Plus Global Logistics number 8 car. Talk about a guy who's got a wild and varied background. We see him here at the bowl every year. Midwest Modified base driver and a Silver Crown guy as well.
He had a couple of karting wins this season as well, and he ran those modifieds. He was at the Dome, the Gateway Indoor Nationals, about a month ago as well. So, big fan of indoor season, I guess you'd say.
Kyle is the guy when it comes to engine shipping. You need an engine overnight somewhere, he is the guy who knows how to do it. So,
Do we ask how?
Oh,
or
trouble here in turn 3-4. Sorry about that, fellas.
how dare you?
I know. Car got upside down. Took a snap roll here.
oh,
So we're
Middle of
2.
turns 3,
one on the
4.
track, one in the parking lot.
Now we're even.
And I believe this is our first one all day so far.
Yeah, practice.
Yeah.
As we all go scrambling into the note file, looking for the 41.
As you said, Caleb, kind of informal. This not his scheduled. Are you sure he flipped?
Oh, no. He got upside down. Yes. Yes. he
Driving
did.
away.
Took a snap roll, came back down on all fours. You can see a little bit of damage to the rear bumper as that's pushed up a little bit over the fuel cell.
41J. I have as to be announced, the driver.
Well, it was a heck of a flip by to be announced.
Parker Jones Racing.
So here's
entry.
another replay coming up. Keep your eye on the bottom side of the racetrack and whoop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, up and over.
Be our motorsport speed shot camera this week.
Get a good look at Garris getting on the gas around the top of the Expo Raceway.
We're getting that good slick right through the
Yeah.
middle. Cushion's not all the way up, as you see Andrew Felker here with some kind of problem. He's slow on the bottom of the speedway. He'll roll along the berm here.
For a guy that's going Friday, if you're gonna have a problem now, best now.
Oh.
Lots of time to get it worked on, and
To be announced.
Yeah, to be announced is having a rough practice session.
Parker Jones Racing. The banner he will fly under, but
So we'll also point this out to the fans at home. Something a little different between the shootout and the Chili Bowl. You know, shootout, they get one practice day. That's all they get. For the Chili Bowl, yes, they do get a practice day, but also for their individual qualifying nights, they get warm-up sessions as well. So I really like to, any drivers that are watching the broadcast right now that are competing here this weekend, I like to know, what do you really use this practice session for, just to shake down the car and see maybe what changes you need to make throughout the week, and what do you really use the hot lap session for your qualifying now as, you know? So
I would say that it probably there's variables, right, based on
Sure.
when you're going out, you
Right.
know, and what kind of racetrack you have, and you know, plenty of factors in it. But it also depends to your experience in a midget and your expectations coming here. You know, a couple of guys there's probably several guys that have never ran a midget before they've been here, and then you get somebody like Kyle Jones, who we just saw on the screen,
Who has a golden driller
Yeah.
in midget racing? Albeit it's a focus midget and Tulsa shootout, but
But he finished 6th in 2023, and then came here last year on lap 1 of his heat race and basically snapped the frame in half, and we never saw him again. So, you know, you have guys with different experience levels and different expectations. And, you know, I can tell you this. I watched Matt Williamson out here earlier. This is his first time in a midget, and he went into turn 3 and got sideways, then straight, and then sideways, then up over the cushion. And I texted him. Said, you almost crap your pants going into 3. He said, I don't need nearly as much brake in this as I do a modified. So there's different levels of experience here that I'm sure practice is different for everybody.
Jody Rosenboom on the bottom, a familiar black, red, and white 14 car. Leading the way through. Santino in behind him, the white and blue machine. Boy, Santino's gotten vastly better every time he hits the car.
the ever-changing website, because we're approaching another possible, new entry record coming into this weekend.
And we won't know until they've all drawn at the end of Friday.
Yep.
So that is the major. But right now we're knocking on the door of 400 entries. Donnie Ray Crawford Legacy Foundation 2-seater is out and on track, giving a ride to a happy bidder. Jake Rosario doing the guy behind the wheel. So we are, what, session 35 and 36 should be next. Glad to have you with us here on FloRacing. Practice day coverage continues on. Again, tomorrow the show gets up and on the road in the afternoon with Monday night, night number 1. Tune in, you won't want to miss a lap. You will catch every lap. There's no need to change channel come Saturday night. Every single race all the way through here on Flo to the checkered flag of Saturday night's 40-lap finale.
Something interesting I remember last week, Kyle Larson talked about that he felt like this was actually a longer week than shootout for him. And I could probably see that once you think about it. If you're racing all 4 classes like he was, plus you have a kid in the other 2, every division that's out on the racetrack he has a stake in, whether it's for him or his son. And so things are always kind of moving and happening versus for him here, he's going to race on Monday night. And then you hang out until Saturday.
He'll be busy.
Well, yeah, he's
Right.
probably not the example for that, but
I can see, I can definitely see both perspectives on it.
Yeah.
The perspective of wanting to have more to do, be one of those 4-class guys at the shootout and always have something to keep you involved. And at the same time, I could see running my night and getting out of here.
Yeah.
So, although why would you want to leave? It's the best week of the year. Flying A Motorsports speed shot from the corner, looking up the ramp here. Early afternoon in Tulsa, Oklahoma, 1:01 Central Standard Time. Groups number. Opener on up, 35 and 36 should be coming down. Friday participants at this point in time, or at least for now, scheduled to be.
Yeah, exactly. Things could change a lot.
Can and do.
The Bills are out of the shadow of their own end zone, up near their own 40.
Continue on, Buffalo.
They are marching.
Make for a much happier me.
Caleb, I don't know if you care, right? Because you know your team is out, but do you have a prediction for who's going to be in the Super Bowl? Who's going to win it? Or I don't know if you're that much.
I would like to see a Lions-Bills Super Bowl.
Okay.
That's nice. Yeah, that's cute.
My heart's not going to break if a certain Kelly Green team out of the Northeast ends up there, just because I've got friends who like them, and Earl.
That was nice work,
That's
Caleb.
the first one of the week, folks. Keep track at home.
That was nice work, Caleb.
You're welcome.
I'll round of applause.
How about-
Golf clap. That's good. I will give you that one.
This is my problem. I don't have sports hate for many of the NFC teams, with a few exceptions.
I mean, you
And
have
one
to.
of them is the Packers, so they're going to lose.
Okay.
Right.
All right, I'm good with that.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right,
On
you
the-
have to in the NFC West, though, right? Like you can't
But
be happy to see the 49ers doing well.
Yeah, but they're not in it, so it's fine. And,
Yeah, I know.
it's really hard to hate the Rams. Sean McVay is a stud, right? Plus everything that's going on in L.A. right now.
I like Matt Stafford. He's a hard guy to root against.
Cooper Kupp is a Washington kid
That's
originally.
true, yeah.
An Eastern Washington kid at that, which gives bonus points to him growing up like me.
Puka Nacua also seems like a very difficult guy to dislike. There's nobody that plays harder and has more fun playing hard than that dude.
Former Washington Husky.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to
All
hate
right.
the Rams.
However,
However, I can focus a lot of sports hate on the Packers. That'll be fine.
all right. Well, we will do that.
Yep.
In
And then, of course, old AFC West teams. That's really easy. Specifically the Broncos, who need to continue losing.
no, they just got a sack. It's okay. Listen, if the Bills get to halftime, there's just over 2 minutes left in the second quarter. If the Bills get to halftime ahead, they get the ball started third quarter, they'll start to avalanche.
All right.
Denver.
All right. I like your thinking.
I got you.
This works. The 21T on racetrack, that is Justin Bates, Bartonville, Texas driver. Following him, that's 23, and that is Sunshine.
Yeah.
Tyler Courtney, second car running out of the Kyle Larson camp here this week. So Paul Silva getting his hands on 2 sets of wrenches for the week.
You know, I don't know if this was a good omen or not, but my in-flight viewing pleasure yesterday was Remember the Titans.
Great
And
movie.
a prominent character, nickname, Sunshine.
Sunshine, yeah.
So I was like, maybe Courtney's got something up his sleeve. Obviously, a great season for him. He's a 6-time A main starter, second in high limit at national points, and won the tiebreaker with Brad Sweet for the Midweek Money Series, and so picked up the Midweek Money Series championship on high limit.
It's the guy ahead of him that I'm going to be really fascinated as to how he does. As I know I'm giving the camera guys the worst pan, but the guy sitting ahead of him is the 31R of Dominic Gordon. Dominic Gordon went on a tear on the West Coast this year where he was virtually unbeatable. I guess it's now one further car ahead of him, but I saw him just to the corner of the screen. Gordon went from having like one career 410 win to having 6 or 7 and like 3 or 4 360 wins in a row at a point in time. It was bonkers. So I promise you, he's out there on the racetrack. I saw him.
He ran 9th in his prelim back in 2023, so it's not like he's a stranger to this building or hasn't had solid success.
I think he's ready, though, to have people remember his name.
Right.
It's going to be a thing. There's Darren Pittman, owner of Ultra Shield Racing Products, driver of the Kreitz Racing 69 at times.
He's back with Matt Wood Racing this year and was the runner-up back in 2017 on Saturday night. That's the 20S of Landon Simons, another one of those Sean Deskins entries. Simon, he's actually an owner of 410 Sprint Car. Jake Swanson, Logan Seavey, Elijah Guile have all drove that race car in 2024.
Hayden Reinbold back with us from Gilbert, Arizona in the 19A. Promising young open-wheel driver.
Yeah, had a good year this year. Power Eye Midget winner at Lucas Oil Speedway. 6th in the Extreme Outlaw Midget Series was Hayden.
Green lights turn on.
That's Joshua Shipley, the 19F. Kelly Fode-owned race car. Oh. And the cushion ate up that right rear of the 19F. Shipley will come to a stop.
Shipley been really good in a micro and an on-wing sprint car in Arizona over the course of his career. He's a former micro champ out when they had regional touring series out in that way. Fires back off.
.22M of Mark Daly, the Mark Daly Racing race car. Owns a 410 sprint car team as well. Darren Nida ran a handful of events in that race car this season for Daly. As you get a good look at Tyler Courtney, Sunshine. Gonna race on Friday night this year, and I'm very excited. Friday night is going to be a good night. Of course, Justin Grant was Mr. Friday Night for a long time, and Logan Seavey now stakes his claim to Friday nights, and along with winning the last 2 Saturday mains, has won his prelim night the last 2 years on Friday.
Just taking an early look at your Friday night competitors. Like you said, Michael Facento, Jason McDougall, Andrew Felker, Kyle Jones, Santino Ferrucci will be there, Reinbold, Pittman, Sunshine, but wait, there's more. Here comes group number 2. Logan Seavey, Dominic Gordon, Chase McDermott, Jace Park, Kyle Busch, Cale Coons, Ryan Timms, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Justin Grant, Gavin Miller, Michael Pickens.
Yeah, I was going to say Michael Pickens is in there.
Yeah, Friday's loaded.
Ace McCarthy in there as well. He had a good run last year, driving for Tanner Thorson again this year.
That is Taylor Courtney, by the way, Sunshine's brother. So we'll have
Twin brother.
Yes, sibling rivalry coming up on Friday night. There is Dominic Gordon. Was telling you about him earlier.
You were right, Caleb. He is here.
Told you. Friday night winner at the Jim Raper Memorial Dirt Cup at Skagit Speedway. Another Clovis, California kid. Seems like they produce a bunch of good race car drivers out there. Something in the water.
Did you mention him, Caleb?
Chase McDermott?
Yeah.
Springfield, Illinois race driver.
I didn't know if you made it in all of your listing. Yeah, McDermott, 2023 A-Main starter. He's got a couple of race cars in his stable this week.
It's a lot of smoke out of Tad Holloman's 20.
Oh. There's the man everybody's trying to beat. Two-time defending champion, the USAC National Sprint champion this year. And he's been doing it all, jumping behind the wheel of a super late model a couple of times this year, but he's the man to beat. Everybody has their bullseye on Logan Seavey. There's Ace McCarthy.
The Oklahoma Cowboy from Tahlequah, Oklahoma.
He's made his prelim A 7 times, still seeking his first appearance in the big show on Saturday. And it just goes to show, making your A main on your prelim night is an accomplishment in and of itself. It's always tough, but it's a whole nother level when you're trying to get into the show on Saturday.
Yep.
What do you think, guys? Early front runner for best looking car?
Absolutely, because if you go back in the pit area and look inside Seavey's machine, the amount of detail into that paint scheme, it is awesome, because they even got the seat belts colored purple.
So you're out on the Jacob Denny ride then?
I said Denny was top 5, right? So
this is the one.
I don't want to. I don't know yet. But CV is also in the running. I would say his paint scheme is a top 5 one so far.
I would lean toward Denny's.
So checkered flag comes out. That will conclude practice session number 36, I believe. We'll also say this, boys, with the amount of people and drivers, teams, car owners, you name it, that come from the left coast and California itself. So we do want to send all of our thoughts and prayers to everyone that is being affected by the big wildfire that is happening over in California in the LA area, and it just keeps spreading. So on behalf of everyone here, part of the FloRacing team, we like to send our thoughts and prayers to everyone that is being affected by the wildfires out in California.
Practice day continues on here on FloRacing. Getting close to the end of everybody's group number 1. Now, again, they flip it around, and then they go 39-1 at the tail end, where everybody gets a little bit of different racetrack conditions. However, we said that our coverage would continue either until 4 o'clock or the first big track prep. So we will see how big the track prep is coming up. We'll let the powers that be make that decision, and we will go from there as more cars roll down the ramp. Again, coverage gets on the air tomorrow night here on FloRacing. Look forward to having you here with us. Should be a bunch of fun. Myself, Earl Hoon Jr., Chris Moore, and then the 3 guys who are in the building somewhere, I think. I know Chris Wilner's here. He's been here since, 5 this morning.
Him and Dylan Welch went for lunch. I was able to catch up with.
All right.
We know that Brian is a little behind the 8 ball.
Had to go rent the Oklahoma Sooners equipment truck to get
go get a
to
U-Haul.
apparently get the rest of the stuff in. Blake Anderson's probably washing his hair.
He needs to. He needs to get a cut.
He needs to get a haircut.
Hopefully he did
said that on the air last week.
And Clinton Boyles, I would imagine, up with his race team at the moment. So we will have coverage for you, and we're going to have a whole
think-
bunch of interlopers as well during the week.
You think he and Dason are trading notes, or? I only say it because Clinton said that he was fine with. He was fine. So
Both of them after the fact.
yeah. No, they
got to a point of okayness.
we got to see Clinton that night in the lobby, and
Yeah.
you know, I said like they felt like Dason had a right to be upset, but they both said all the right things, expressed themselves very clearly and well, and yeah, I think for what happened, two cars battling for the win, it ended up, you know, in solid fashion.
That's going to be the Tulsa shootout sometimes, right? You're going to have guys racing hard for position, and in the spur of the moment, things happen.
And that's the great thing about it, though, for at least for us to call that and to tell those storylines, right? I mean, look how well both of those guys were the whole week last week, and what happened during the A-Main, like Chris Moore said, going for the W, and their feature event got cut short, and then some things happened at the top of the ramp between car owners and crew members, drivers, and just shows you how great the shootout has become and is, and obviously how great the Chili Bowl Nationals are too, because the storylines are going to be plentiful here this week, and we're excited to bring them all to you here on FloRacing.
You can go back and relive it. It's in the archives right now, and that was shootout Saturday night that all went down. Well, it was really a humdinger of a race up until that point. It was still good thereafter, too. So,
Humdinger, I like what you used there. You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Would you like this Reese's Peanut Butter Cup as your reward?
Reese's, that's the best of... Oh,
There you go.
oh buddy. Okay, so off subject here, kind of, sort of. Reese's,
Yes.
do you like to put them in the freezer or no when you get them?
If I don't eat them right away, I like to put them in the freezer.
Okay, good. I'll accept that. Yes.
The control to not destroy the entire thing of Reese's
I understand.
immediately.
I understand.
That takes us something. I do have to remember I'm diabetic sometimes.
Yeah.
I gotta try not to.
Here's one for you.
Okay.
You like to eat ice cream, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Who doesn't?
Oh, well, some people don't like ice cream. Anyway, do you like to get a salted bag of chips and dip in the ice cream and eat the chip because you get a little bit of sweet and salty action?
I won't do that, but I will take like your soft serve, like your Blizzards and
Sure.
such like that.
Yeah.
And if I have a French fry of some kind,
See, some people when they order Wendy's,
but it's got to be a really salty fry.
Yeah, like nothing against Wendy's. I love Wendy's. You don't cut corners. This is what I did there.
Nice.
But yeah, I always see people get a Frosty from Wendy's and a large thing of fries
Yep.
and dip the fry in the ice cream, and I'm just like,
Yeah, I've heard that.
I don't do that.
No, I
Fresh
don't
out the
either.
vat McDonald's fry into the McDonald's ice cream when the once a year that it's working.
Yeah, McFlurries. Yeah.
That'll do.
I
But I'm not going to go for a bag of chips and take it into like container ice cream, right?
Yeah. Well, you can't. It's got to be soft serve. I mean, you can't. Container ice cream's harder. You'll break the chip.
You know, last
Can't do that.
in the week in between that we stayed last year, me and McKim and Connor found a local ice cream parlor, like a off the wall one in downtown Tulsa here. That was delicious. And I
Soft
can't
serve
remember
or
combination of stuff.
Yeah.
Like I can't remember the name of that, but it was super good.
soft serve is God's gift to us. I think soft serve ice cream is
I mean, I like both.
fantastic. Well, yeah.
I mean, I really do.
Is it at the top of your dessert scale though? Like if you're going, here's your last meal. What do you want for dessert for it? Is serve ice cream
A
top of that?
warm apple dumpling with vanilla ice cream on top melted over. That would be my last dessert. Hoorah.
I don't hate it, but probably wouldn't. See, I'm such a simple guy. I think if you just
No, you don't say.
I
You
think
don't say.
I think if you gave me a glass of cold milk and
An Oreo?
and a case of Oreos,
Oh, yeah. Double stuffed?
no, I'm regular.
Yeah, my man.
Yes,
My
you're
man.
the first person I've ever.
Yes.
The doubles.
My man.
If you're dipping it in milk, you want the regular. If you're just eating it straight up, I could see preferring double stuff.
I think you guys are.
But the cream to cookie ratio just isn't.
Yes.
It's too much cream.
Chris, we finally agree on something that isn't golf. Yes,
I think
totally
you guys
agree.
You guys agree on football.
Well, and
Yeah.
baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See? Fresh out the oven brownie with a tall glass of milk to go with.
Do you
I-
like to
yeah.
put nuts in your brownies? A
No.
little chunky factor? No?
Yeah.
Straight up old school brownie?
Yeah, I'm not anti-walnut and such like that, just not in that, not in that
yeah.
venue.
I'm with you.
That's Cale Coons,
Oh,
the 63 car. So we will get this session up and underway.
And we're not hungry, folks. No.
Caleb, I know that you're trying to do a serious thing here. I just want to let you know, field goal off the upright for the Broncos, no good to end the first half.
Excellent.
10-7 Buffalo at halftime.
And good for your parlay
Yes.
so far.
Hopefully the Eagles don't screw it up later. I'm going to be a very upset guy.
Very, very upset.
All right, back
Curtis
to business.
Jones is the 51 car on the track. He's the one flying the Creek County Speedway sponsorship. That's Kenny Johnson out of Bethany, Connecticut, the 46.
About Hoffman's, the Bob Chandler-owned race car. How about Wout, fresh off of his first Tulsa Shootout A-Main. He finished 8th in the A-Class A-Main, now here for the second time in the Chili Bowl. Spiveron 48H machine.
Chandler's got some heavy hitters in their cars this year. Monday night, they are bringing out, I'll find it here, had it written down.
I'm going to talk about Tyler Edwards real quick while
You
you
do that.
find that, Caleb.
Monday night, they're bringing out Breckenreese, so that'll
Yes,
be a good one.
I did see that, yep. Edwards, an 8-time prelim A-Main starter. He finished 4th in his prelim A in 2012. He's in a J Mounts race car.
That's Wyoming's fastest midget driver.
Is that right?
Yes. that
Well, there's
is-
only like 8 people in Wyoming.
That is the veteran, Mark Chisholm, in the 56.
13th Chili Bowl appearance for Mark Chisholm. Another one of those KKM race cars, Ryan Timms, 23 and 24. A-Main starter, finished 12th in last year's A-Main. Did not have the Tulsa Shootout that he was looking for.
See ya, Sam Johnson, the Kokomo Joes, number 72 entry. Really good debut for his Royal chassis out there at the shootout. Now back in the midget ranks.
Joshua Lewis, he's a micro sprint racer, was at the Tulsa Shootout this year, the Sean Lewis owned race car. But Josh, again, one of the several Chili Bowl rookies this year, the LS Construction and Roofing 85J machine. Also out there. That's the 77R of Robbie Smith, the Tomcassin Racing entry, his second Chili Bowl appearance. And he's a mod light racer. Josh Hawkins just ahead of him in the 80 machine. Another one of the Jody Rosenboom entries, the 64, that's Andy Pake. He was a 410 sprint winner at Buffalo River Speedway. And finished 11th with the Power Eye Midgets at the Southern Illinois Raceway in December. Frankie Guarini was 11th in his prelim A-Main last year. He's made his prelim A 4 times. Another one of those guys still seeking for his first appearance in the A on Saturday. Chris Roseland, you just saw him in the 84R. His 3rd time here at the Chili Bowl.
Well, guys, news.
Oh.
Schedule news. They are proposing that after groups 39 and 40, of which this
there's-
was 38,
There's a
Right.
group 40 though?
there is, well, maybe we don't know, that they're going to take.
Thanks, Caleb.
You're welcome. Anyways, and we've killed it all. And Chris.
Proceed, I'm sorry.
I forget you can hear Tyler too. Yeah. My bad. After groups 39 and 40, they're proposing about a 25 to 30 minute track break for prep, etc. We are going to continue on So we're not going to be on the air for the 25 to 30 minutes. We'll keep the cameras rolling and stuff like that. And then when we resume practice again, we're going to go till 4 o'clock. So we'll take a 25 to 30-minute break ourselves after this final practice group. And then we'll come back, and we will go until 4 Central.
Hey, Kyler, was lunch in the budget for practice, or what are we doing here?
I see that's
Frozen diet lemonade sounds
that
tempting.
Reese's peanut butter cup was spot on. Thank you for that.
You're
by the
welcome.
way.
I don't think Kyler
But I
can
need some
talk in our
substance
ear.
here.
Oh, God, Kyler can't talk in our ear.
Yeah, not now.
Darn.
Oh,
He can text us. Though.
He's. I think he's giving us the thumbs down there in turn one of,
Is he?
of
You can
lunch.
see
You can
that
see
far?
that far?
Yes, I could see that far.
You can see through that window?
Yes.
I have no chance.
None.
I could barely see Cowboy in front
Well,
of us
he
here.
either stuck the thumbs down or the other one that I can't quite see from here. But anyway,
What's
You
the
know,
other one?
Maybe somebody who liked the donuts this morning will just show up with Chick-fil-A lunch.
Yeah,
That'd
that would
cool.
be nice.
On track, so this is going to be a mix of guys who were at the tail end of Friday and some who missed their session earlier. That's Justin Peck, the 5P out of Monrovia, Indiana, the brand new racer for Redeem Racing in the high limit series coming up. Peck has been having some problems with his safety gear, unfortunately. Thank you to undisclosed airline that lost his seat and his bag. They found the seat, but the bag had not been found as of, I think, this morning.
Right.
So Justin's having to borrow some safety gear to get through the day. So Peck, who is scheduled to go Tuesday, if I remember. No, I'm sorry, he's a Monday racer. Hopefully to collect his stuff and get it. That is Peck in the 5P. 92, Josh Most. Most, the 92M. He's out of Red Oak, Iowa. And this is the last session. There is no session 40. So the track prep break will start after this. Joining us in the 29K, scheduled from earlier. Get to the right page here. Lots to sift through. Lonnie Wheatley puts together awesome media guides and such like that. So the 29K did not make the media guide. Good to know. We'll try to run him down a little bit later. There is Michael Pickens. Pickens going to be the 54 car this year. Auckland, New Zealand. Pickens 54Z, in fact.
Bad dude.
Race-winning capable driver, that's for sure. He's had some spectacular shows here in the arena, but he's never put it all together in one night.
Well, it was third in 2011. He made the A-main last year, and I believe first lap was on his lid or around, broke some parts in the front end in 3 and 4.
Guys, the Jimmy Miller special lives. There is Chris Andrews, fueled by rum, cake, and rage. Andrews in the 95.
yeah, rum, cake, and rage. That's a good way to put it.
Now, that might be, is that 29X? It's an X, isn't it?
Is it?
It's X
I think
or
that's a K. That's a K.
All right, if it's an X, it's Hank Davis.
Cover your right eye.
That's not Hank Davis.
Okay.
You don't have a 29K anywwer?
No 29K.
Well, we learned that your paper might be a
I'm
little
right-eyed
bit old.
dominant. That would
I'm
have been
gonna say,
bad.
cover your right eye. Look.
Let me see if we can find it on the updated website here. I'll get away from the game since we're at halftime.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is the 86X on Raceway. Olive Branch, Mississippi, the former winner of the Daytona 500.
Never forget the night that he won that. He took the Harley J. Earl Trophy into Waffle House.
Good man. Justin Grant is in the 87, the former Mr. Friday Night.
29K is a mystery driver.
All right.
Not listed on the Chili Bowl website.
Brian Harvey is the 29K.
Who? How did you do that? You looked at your phone. Who texted you?
Dean.
All right.
And I know that because I believe that is his stepson? Trying to remember.
Is he on? Why is he on the website?
There's a relation there.
There's got to be
That's
some
okay.
reason.
97's Gavin Miller. It is his wife's ex-husband's... Wait, wife's ex-husband?
Yeah, let's get this one right.
And a friend.
Oh.
Yes. So,
All right.
Well, thank you, Dean. Oh. Well, now he's not working. Dean, get out there and help him out.
Yeah.
Looks like just needs a push. Yeah, so as Caleb said, the guys out here either missed their session or still have a handful of drivers who were to be announced as far as the website's concerned on what prelim night they were going to be in. And again, those things can change.
I wonder what driver's suit Peck ended up getting tomorrow.
You know what? During this break, I'm going to go up and find that out.
All right.
All right. I'll go up there and talk to Justin and.
If you find lunch while you're up there.
Yeah, if you find Chick-fil-A somewhere.
If there's Chick-fil-A.
Ran in speaking of lunch, when I got off the plane yesterday, went to lunch and ran in to Justin at the Panda Express.
McKim.
There's no Chick-fil-A on Sunday.
Oh, that's right. Whoops. Well,
So be it.
I want to go home now.
Yeah, whoopsie.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Sorry, Chick-fil-A. We forgot. We'll be in touch tomorrow.
I love Chick-fil-A, but it's the worst thing that they do. I get it. I know why they do it.
Get it, right.
But
respect it.
But it doesn't make me happy. It doesn't make my belly happy, that's for sure.
Chris Andrews looked good in the 95. Veteran here of the Expo Raceway. There was a year there where, and it was, I'm going to say 9 years ago, that he won 4 of 4 on his heat races, every division, and then ended up in winning a really good chunk of the qualifiers, made all 4 A main events, and unfortunately flipped wildly in his very first A main of the night and didn't make the call for the rest of the 3. He's been really good in this building.
He'll have an opportunity scheduled for Friday night. You said he's been good. He's a 6-time prelim A starter.
Yep.
And was 12th in his prelim A in 2020.
Just one of those real solid veterans that, like, if you're looking like in pool picks, if you're gonna play dirt draft with us, just one of those guys that's not going to have a huge dollar value on him that you should consider, or is going to be a deeper group guy that could bring you some bucks. Just
so throughout the broadcast this week, a couple other interesting subjects to note for the race fans to play along with us at home. We're going to have, obviously, our dirt draft picks. We're going to have a couple ones to watch for. You can go against me all weekend long. I'll pick drivers, and we'll have a graphic up to see how well I do throughout the week against some race fans that are tuning in at
It's only
home.
you?
Well, Chris,
the entire flow staff.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
There's some other things that I'm trying to get together, Chris. You get enough of TV time. You said that. You said that last week.
I was the guy standing in the background of everybody's interviews. That was me. You're right.
You get enough of TV time.
Waving the green flag on a junior sprint heat race.
Bombing Chris Wilner's interviews at the top of the scale.
You know, it's so funny. Like, I knew. I thought you weren't doing it on purpose. Then I thought you were.
I wasn't. I was just minding my own business, writing down the notes and doing my thing. And there's Earl again.
Make that mental note.
Jelly of the Month Club.
It was so good. Because actually, that one really wasn't your fault. Like, we kept, I think it might have been Jackson Porter. We kept him with Wilner for a while to talk about the height discrepancy. And so it should have been over. But you just you had 6 fans around you and you just wandered aimlessly by. It was so great. It was so great. And then Blake capped it off.
Thank you, Blake.
Yeah, brother Blake. Thanks, buddy.
So we're going to take a break. You can see him going out and adding some water to the racetrack right now. We're going to keep talking for a minute. Then we'll take a break. So they're adding some water to the racetrack. Again, the battle plan is to come back after this track prep break and continue on with our coverage of practice until 4 Central.
So we mentioned this earlier. Let us know where you fans are tuning in to watch practice tonight. If you have any questions for us inside the broadcast booth, hit us up on social media, and we'll try to answer some of those questions.
It's at E_Hoon_J Jr.
Yeah.
Okay. And then at Chris_Amore. And then at Caleb Hart 83. Caleb was with a K. So we were talking about it earlier, guys. The first flip of the day. Well, being as that nobody saw it on video, let's show it to him on video. Matthew Dillner reports for FloRacing on our first flip of the day.
Cars are not even on track at the Chili Bowl. And folks, the flip count is already at 1. How the heck, Adam Bollier, how the heck did you flip already?
Yeah, so we went out to push off the car for the first time with this engine, and we had the throttle set, and basically the way that it was set up, it was sticking, and it would hold itself open. So the minute that we fired off on the little short runway that we had out there with a little bit of snow and slushy stuff, I mean, the minute it fired, I mean, it took off, and I felt it, so I reached over to pop it out of gear, and all of this in a split second, and I'm aimed at like a transformer at the end of the runway, and with what I do for a living, I know that you hit that, it's going to be bad for a lot of people, and obviously for this race. So I'm like pulling it to the left, yanking it out of gear, killing the fuel, and then when all this happens, you hit the right rear on some slushy snow, and we bounce into a concrete ballard, which thankfully was just anchored to the ground, not actually 6 feet in the ground. So it knocked that off, absorbed some energy, and then we flipped it over in the parking lot, which is pretty embarrassing, but it could have been a lot worse. So we fixed the broken parts, basically radius rod, Jacob's ladder. Actually only messed up one wheel, so wasn't that bad. Came back in here. My guys worked hard, got everything put back together. They're getting the barrel valve set now and getting the throttle fine-tuned to where we don't have this issue. So we'll be good to go. But definitely interesting day yesterday.
So this is your first ever Chili Bowl. What did you tell your wife? Because we were talking before about you wanted to be the show or whatever here.
Yeah, so I just said before I left home, hey, we're going to be going for new heights this year. Setting realistic goals for us and our team. Obviously we haven't been here. I've only got about 4 races in a national midget, so the goals are to, make laps, pass cars, get passing points. And I said, we're going to go for new heights. We're either going to go to the front, pass a bunch of cars, or we may put it in the stands trying that, because from the TQ days, I spent a lot of time pushing the limits, and we were always faster or flipping cars. So kind of an inside joke with us, but I didn't expect to make a flip in the parking lot. So
that's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, I got to ask you though a question. Looking into you, not we just met.
Yeah.
What's up with the nickname Cookie Monster?
Well, that's been with me for a long time, and it was a family thing, and basically I just love cookies.
What's your favorite cookie? I'm a chocolate chip guy.
I guess, chocolate chip. So
you guess?
Yeah, I don't know.
How do you guess? Like, you have a favorite cookie or not, right?
It's kind of an inside joke. Yeah, they're about 5'5".
I've never eaten a cookie that big. Wait.
I bet you have. The cookie itself's not.
So.
The cookie itself's not that big. The height of the cookie box is that big.
Oh, okay. So anyway, well, he's got midget experience, Indiana Midget Week, and experience here outside the building. But first Chili Bowl, Adam Bollier, only one direction to go, up.
Yep, we're gonna go forward. There we go.
All right. Well, there you go. The story of the first flip of the day here at the Chili Bowl Midget Nationals practice day. They're on the track. They're adding some water, and you'll see it from the Flying A Motorsports speed shot. Like we said, we are going to take a break through this watering session, and we will be back as soon as we see cars starting to roll their way back on the raceway with coverage until 4 Central Time, at least with commentary here on FloRacing. Back in a bit, you're watching Practice Day, powered by NOS Energy Drink here on Flo. Well, welcome back in. Hopefully you guys had a good break. Grabbed yourself some lunch. Lunch? Yeah, lunch would work out on the West Coast at the moment, or whatever it was that you're after, as we've got cars rolling back down the ramp and ready to go here for our afternoon sessions of practice at the NOS Energy Drink Chili Bowl Nationals. The Chili Bowl Nationals powered by NOS Energy Drink, I should say. I'm Caleb Hart. He is Earl Hoon Jr. Two of us are hanging out here in the booth for a bit. Chris Moore will be back after just a while as a freshly groomed and very, very wet racetrack looms for these drivers out here in the early sessions, to the point where they're going to go learn something, Earl, as it was getting slick at points here during the end of the morning group. This will be juiced up for the early portions.
Yeah, so and keep in mind for everyone at home that they invert the order of how the groups come out now. So the very first group that came out early this morning will be the last group here in the early parts of the evening, right? So the guys that you just saw in a hot lap session before we went to break are coming out now. Now, we did mention before we went into break that we were going to update you on a couple of storylines, one of them being Justin Peck. I was able to go up to the pit area during the break to catch up with Justin, and all of the rest of the equipment that he was searching for arrived today at the Expo Center at 11 a.m. Mind you, he was on track by roughly 1:30-ish Central Time, right? Not a lot of time. However, racing is a beautiful thing, right? In fact, if you look at it, Caleb, we're family.
We are.
Right?
Yes.
So everyone's looking out for each other. And I was able to talk to him, and I said, did you have any contingency plans? Did any drivers help you out, this and that? And he said, yeah, quite a few drivers helped him out. You know, Tyler Courtney being a driver, Clinton Boyles being a driver, just to name a few. But other than that, if his equipment that he needed did not arrive here today, he was still all set to go to get some practice laps.
Gotcha. Is that the new Routine Racing threads that he's got on?
Fresh.
Oh,
Fresh
yeah.
threads.
That's going to look good.
Yeah, and I was able to talk to him about the upcoming season, and he's very, very excited to be running for Routine, right? I mean, they're going to be starting their sprint car stuff off down in Florida for the big 360 race, and obviously do speed weeks and do some other odds and ends shows to bridge the gap until officially the Kubota High Limit Racing Series kicks off down in Las Vegas in March. So, yeah, he's going to, has a full schedule packed. I said, are you going to be coming to PA on a couple of nights when High Limit is not in action? He said yes. So Justin Peck definitely has a full tilt schedule for 2025.
All right. Good to know. Of course, that's kind of like the home team, right?
Yeah. In your neck of the woods.
Yeah, that's the home team. It's our representative going out and on the road and showing everybody what the Northwest teams can do. Is Mr. Harvey, Dean Mills' Outlaws, to the top of the ramp and can't get her fired up. Oops.
So we do appreciate all you fans for tagging us on social media. Keep it coming. Let us know where you're watching at.
I like the guy that said that we were already angling for the Chick-fil-A sponsorship.
Hey,
thank you. Yeoman's duty for him for
what? We'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll take it.
We're not picky.
Not at all.
Well, some of us are picky. I don't know.
Well, I like the Lord's chicken, to be honest with you.
They're just not available on Sunday.
Just not. And we respect that. We understand it.
That's fine.
We really do. Really do.
Chris
Moore, were those chicken fingers I saw you chowing down on during the break?
When did you see me? Would you walk by or something, creepy?
Well, I was out in the pit area.
If there was a camera rolling, you'd know
him?
he was walking by in the background.
I was out in the pit area doing
You were out in the wild?
my due diligence.
Yeah, well.
And getting information. I saw you chowing down on some chicky tendies.
I ran into one of my guys, and he had a leftover chicken tender that he was not eating, and he offered it. And so I said, well,
second-handed the chicken tender?
Yeah, well, I can't get Chick-fil-A today, so I...
Wow. Chicken tender. I didn't even
Listen,
Chris
man.
Milner stepped in here. Good to see you, bud. Hi.
I see him a lot over the course of the year, and we share a birthday. So, listen, if there's anybody I'm gonna have a chicken tender from. Why you look at me like that, Earl?
You guys share a birthday.
We do. There's actually quite a few July 23rds
Last time
up our way.
I saw this guy was down in Delaware. Georgetown to cap off the 2024
Me or him?
Him.
Yeah, him.
So go ahead, and why don't you introduce him?
Yeah, we got cars out on the Speedway. Alex Yankowski is in the booth with us, driving for KKM this weekend. The Short Track Super Series South Region champion, Fonda champion, and got his first crown jewel as well this year, winning the Freedom 76er. What's up, brother? He's quiet.
We'll get it. We'll get it.
Tyler, turn him up. He's in the guest. He's in the guest one.
As a reminder, if you're just tuning in, there is no live timing and scoring. They're not throwing the transponders on the cars. So the loop is up, but nobody's got the transponders on, so we couldn't tell you how fast they're going or any of that stuff. Sorry.
We're told you're on now.
I think you guys.
Hey!
There it is. What's that?
Censored.
First time out in the midget, Group 23. How did you feel?
First couple laps were rough. I mean, I was like bad, and then we got pretty comfortable-ish, and I think we know what we need to do. You know, I was more nervous just to get push started and fire off than anything, but I feel way calmer now, and you know, it's just a race car, and I think we'll be all right.
You know, I was going to ask. I feel like it's a great thing you and Matt Williamson are here at the same time in the same camp because you race the same cars. You know that you have a similar feel regularly. You can go over notes. Like, he's probably a great sounding board for you. Tim Buckwalter and Billy Van Inwagen are here as well.
Yeah, I talked to them guys. You know, I think that honestly, I think once you get a couple laps under your belt, I mean, I feel like I've raced some other stuff enough that I could, you know, kind of adapt pretty good. And obviously, I'm in a really good car with KKM, and really enjoying that experience. You know, to be able to talk to a guy like Christopher Bell or Buddy or whoever, you know, I think I'm in a really good spot. So we got Kevin Bates and, you know, my girlfriend Chesney with me. Pretty excited. We're going to enjoy the week and hopefully have a good run.
He also won at Chris Wilner's home track a couple of weeks ago. Chris Wilner wasn't there, though, for that.
Yeah, that was awesome. Ran Carber's car, and it was awesome. I mean, I had so much fun, and I really do want to go back there again one time because I think it's something cool to play around with. Wednesday night? All right, we'll be down.
Well, I'll ride with you. Me and Allison will ride with you.
We'll call up Carver and get another car and do a show.
We'll all wear our mud turtle stuff.
We're not even officially into the week, and already Wilner is recruiting guys to Millbridge.
Yeah, I brought a modified guy in. Wilner's bringing guys to Millbridge.
Jeez. Cars are on the track. This should be session number 38. They're going in reverse order of the morning. These are going to be Friday drivers by and large that you're going to see here in these early sessions, including the 84 of Chris Roseland, who was out there, and getting a look at the 77R of Robbie Smith, who had a very eventful Tulsa shootout in the micro ranks.
Earl, we saw Justin Peck out there sideways. Did you learn anything while you were spying on me having a chicken tender?
Yeah, you missed that one, bub.
Oh, I did? You already talked about it?
We talked about it when we came back from break.
My bad.
But no, just to fill you in, all of his equipment, the rest of the equipment that he needed, showed up inside the Tulsa Expo Raceway at 11 a.m., right? And I think he was on track by 1:30, right? So not a lot of time to get ready, but he already had contingency plans ready. A lot of the drivers back in the pit area were able to help him out, and he had everything covered that we needed.
Somebody said that they sent him like two different places, too. Like the seat and the bag they lost were in two different areas. Like they weren't even together.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Like, I don't know how it ends up on two ends of the country.
I think his seat went to Denver.
Oh, jeez.
Right? Yeah, and then the other equipment didn't even show up. So,
wow.
So luckily, everything came in today at 11 a.m. He was all ready to go. We discussed his 2025 plans and what he's really looking forward to. Obviously, he's going to be a regular with the Kubota High Limit Racing Series, not to mention a couple other shows. Alex, over to you. What's it mean to be teamed up, you know, with Keith Coons, and you obviously not having experience inside this building, let alone the Chili Bowl, and in a midget? What's it mean to you really bank on him with the wealth of knowledge that he has and the drivers that he has in store?
Yeah, I mean, you lean on him so hard. You know, I just really want to thank, you know, Ferris, Commercial Lovers, for helping us be here. You know, I'm really excited to be able to do something like this. And Coons is probably the most, you know, renowned team in the building, I feel like. They are just they just have this, vibe around them, and it's so calm, and that's so important. So, we got a really good car. The Ferris Motors car is going to be good. We run I think we ran 86 races last year. Millbridge was 86 with Tim Millman and Corey Wilcox, Rich Stankiewicz, and Petruska 66 we got going with. So I'm honestly more excited to kind of represent our guys like up in the Northeast, and really, even like Stu texted me, after practice, just it's cool. There's a lot of support at home, and I'm really appreciative of that.
The Northeast guys have success here at the Chili Bowl.
Yeah, T-Mac's probably like the
Tim
one that
McCready.
Everybody looks at.
Yeah.
Right? So you guys are going to represent those guys well this year.
Yeah, I mean, it goes beyond him. Brett Hearn has made the A main. Billy Pouch won a prelim night here. Billy Jr. made the A.
Yep.
Larry White ran second on his prelim night back in 17.
One of the Hefner Midget Racing cars.
So
Alex, first, and I know you've only got a very small data set to go by. Compare the open midget on a very, very short track to what you're used to driving. Night and day, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just so much lighter, and with the way the fuel system is and alcohol, the engine's way more responsive. So I think it's really important just to get a good feel. We put some stiffer throttle springs on there just so I could help, better footwork, I think, is the biggest thing. I mean, the first couple of laps, I was like darty, kind of all over, not really know what the heck I was doing. And then, kind of got feel for the gas pedal and stuff like that. I mean, you got to drive it. Got to drive it with your feet, right? So
I was going to say, were you surprised with how much control of the car you had with your right foot?
The throttle felt like soft, so I was like Billy Decker in the corner, bah, 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 bah. And if you're from the Northeast, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But they're so responsive. You're like, and then the car would dart forward, and then you're back off. And
sure.
So yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, but the motor was really smooth. I think I drove a midget one other time, and that was the biggest thing I had was I just felt like it was explosive, where I feel so much smoother now. So that's a really good help.
Where was your prior midget experience at?
Action Track USA with one of Tanner Thorson's cars, and I couldn't get the footwork or the throttle control down at all. I just really felt like I was lighting them up. But the TRD...
At least sizing-wise, though, you had something, I'm not going to say super similar. Action Track's its own unique monster out there, but like amount of time that you'll be on the gas versus off of it's probably going to end up being pretty similar around this place, you'd imagine, right?
Yeah, I think so. And honestly, I think once you get going, you don't really think about it, and you're just reacting. So, I think we're in a good spot. I'm really, honestly just looking forward to get out here a second time, and I think we'll be good. I think you're going to see a lot more. Just smoother is the biggest thing. Just
now, this is Group 37 on the track. Have you practiced how quick you can get in and out of the car?
No, I hope I don't got to get in and out quick.
I wouldn't. Well, you might have to jump into it quick coming up for your practice session, though, is more what I'm alluding to.
We'll be all right. We'll have fun here.
Just checking.
So why the Chili Bowl? What was your thought process of, hey, what the hell? Keith Coons, I'm available. What you got in the Chili Bowl? Is it because of what this event is, truly an event, just not a race? Because you could be back home getting ready for Florida Speed Weeks coming up in roughly 3 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Give me the thought process.
Chris Moore was a big thing with that. I remember I was in London last year when he texted me. He was like, you need to get out here. And I was like, I was sitting at some Irish pub in downtown London, and I was like, we should. So kind of forgot about it, and I was like, nah, we probably won't. And then I think Paul Latier with the Bagel Rack texted me one day, and I woke up in the morning to go to Utica Rome, and he said something about the Chili Bowl, and I'm like, we should really do that. Like, that'd be so cool. So I just said, yep, we're going to do it. I don't know how. I don't know with who. I have no idea, but I remember telling Chris when I got to the track that day, we're going to go to Tulsa this year. And he's like, who are you driving for? I said, I don't know. I had no idea. I had zero idea or plan, and just kind of went to work. I, blew up the phone lines pretty good, trying to find a car and a good car. And it was hard to find a good car. And then I called Jeff Barrett, and he called Dave with Willwood Brakes. And, that's how I got hooked up with Pete Willoughby and Coons, and went from there.
Yeah, I'm taking partial responsibility for Alex and Matt being.
You get a percentage?
Well, they got to run well first. Otherwise, I had nothing. Otherwise, I had nothing to do with them being here. I pestered Matt pretty good, too. I mean, if you watch the trailer talk segment from Alltech, we sat in the trailer, drank some beer for Flo, and I said, what about Chili Bowl? And he said, well, I don't know, this and that. And then talked to him at Eastern States.
Yeah.
And that was where him and Jeff Barrett
went from. Yeah. It kind of started like, what did you need to be able to do it? And he was like, oh, all right, well, let's do it. So, he really got I think we're all just enjoying the experience. And, honestly, I think the biggest thing for me, like I said before, is just representing, the Northeast from our friends in Sherburne to the Rothwells and the Millers to our friends in Sprakers and all in between. I think I have more friends in New York than PA probably.
Well, that's one thing I was going to say, right? I probably do sound obnoxious with as much as I talk about the modifieds at home, but,
No.
We're rowdy in the Northeast. We're very opinionated.
But, it's just one of those things, right? Like, we do really get very few people kind of carrying our flag. And Stuart Friesen kind of was the first one, or
he was.
recently anyway, that stepped onto a national stage and did it.
2016 with the trucks.
Yeah.
When him and Chris did that. And, people that hated him before now like him, or at least when they watch him on TV, they'll drink a beer and let's do, where they probably booed him at Utica-Rome a year before.
Yeah, there are modified fans that for sure will watch a truck race with Stuart Friesen apparel on and then go to Fonda or Utica-Rome or whatever and boo him. I mean, that's genuinely how it is.
Can they just not make up their minds or what?
I think they want, they want to see the underdog win at home, but they want to see our quote unquote our guy win on the national stage.
Yeah, that's your guy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when you turn on TV, it's like, well, wait a minute, he's one of us. You know?
I get it.
Yeah. So I can assure you, our Facebook blew up when Alex's announcement came out, and then I think the next day was Matt's.
Yep.
I think a lot of people in big block modified country were like, holy crap, this is, we've got good representation going out there for that. And so, I know Matt is feeling it, and I'm sure you are as well. But
for sure. They're singing "Oh Canada" up there.
So there's Logan Seavey, and this is the guy you're all chasing until you're not, basically. He is the favorite until somebody knocks him off his perch, the two-time Chili Bowl champion. Up for his second practice of the day in the Victory Fuel number 39.
He's just so good here. I feel like he's probably one of the best drivers in the country right now. And then the same thing with a Corey Day or something like that. I feel like, they're so confident and comfortable, and that makes it that much harder to beat.
Chris Moore said this earlier in the broadcast, sticking with Logan Seavey here. He's starting to branch out, right? He ran a couple super late model races earlier in the year, and he's really starting to branch out. How about you? Do you see yourself maybe branching out to, and I'm not necessarily really talking about midgets, I'm saying anything else. Do you see yourself maybe doing a couple late model races, or maybe even sprint car races, or anything different than a modified?
I think it's definitely possible. I think the biggest thing in life is to keep the doors open. You never shut anything down, because you never know what situation or what opportunity might come about. And I think it's so important just to keep an open mind about it. Obviously right now, the big block deal is my main focus. And we're working so hard with Corey Wilcox and Tim Millman and Petruska and Sankwitz. And I'm really proud of that. And I do, even with my own equipment now, I'm just so proud of it. But you definitely can't count anything out.
So what you're saying is, and I'll pull Chris Moore here, if I can pull a couple strings over at the Port Royal Speedway and get a couple heads rolling there when it comes to sprint car competition, you're saying you might...
Yeah, you never know what'll happen. Yeah, you never know. Port Royal is probably top 5 racetracks I've ever been at. I mean, that is the coolest place to race, whether you're running a Volkswagen Beetle around it or a big block modified or a 410 sprint car. It's so good, and the surface is so good. It's definitely one we circle on the calendar.
Earl, you didn't tell me there was a Volkswagen Beetle.
Well,
I
do
could
have
afford
a big
that.
4-cylinder race for the Labor Day Classic.
Really?
Yeah, we get 50 of them and start them all.
I am a noted 4-cylinder specialist. I don't know if you knew that.
Well, let's
and
go.
by that I mean
I'll cover your pit pass.
I've driven a 4-cylinder down the road once or twice.
Everybody from Port Royal is writing this down. But
yeah. Oh yeah.
Alex, one thing I've noticed from being out here, I don't know about you, but like Caleb is from Northwest, almost as far away from us as you can be.
That's a long ways.
But
Where
likes big blocks, likes watching them.
Just north of Seattle.
oh, you're out there.
I'm way out there.
you're
I'm Canada
out
South
there.
is where I am.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
What's above you, like Alberta or something?
British Columbia,
Oh, geez.
Vancouver, and
Florida.
a whole bunch of states that.
I don't know where
I don't know
Alberta
where-
is. Yeah, I just know it's
Just threw something
wet
out
It's
there.
that way. There's oil fields and a hockey team or two. That's
Yeah.
about it. Where we are, it's the beautiful. It's the great thing with FloRacing and streaming that this has brought platforms like Big Block Modifieds and stuff like that because
gives you a stage.
we have nothing like what you guys race out there. Not a thing. We've got 12 open dirt late models.
That's
and
it?
That's about it. Yeah. We
Is
got
it more asphalt?
No, we've got dirt is the healthiest of the environments out
Really?
there.
That's interesting.
Really, in the last few years, Wing 410 sprint cars. We have 2 weekly dirt tracks in the entire state of Washington that run full-size cars and 1 micro track.
Wow.
So-
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah, so we're not only we don't have huge amount of tracks running, but they're also spaced pretty far away. The two full-size dirt tracks are 2.5 hour drive as the crow flies, and 4 depending on traffic.
Wow.
So,
Yeah, I didn't know that. I mean, I feel like one thing I'm used to in the Northeast is like I feel like we do have a lot of racetracks.
Yeah, you could trip over one.
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
the-
other than me. So like from Can Speedway to Big Diamond, it's like a dead zone. Like there's
Yeah.
absolutely nothing. I mean, there's slingshot tracks and stuff like
Yeah,
that. Action
but-
track, I guess probably, but you get in upstate New York and you start running, east to west on the thruway there. I mean, it's just Canandaigua or Utica Rome or you just run
Fonda,
right over
Albany,
Fonda.
Saratoga.
Yeah, Albany.
Yeah, you roll right on Brewerton, Fulton.
Yeah,
The list
you pass
goes on in New
Brewerton,
York.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
you can like see it from the highway type
Yeah.
deal. So
Tyler Courtney and his NOS Energy Drink number 23 arrived on the track for this practice session. Amongst the other highlights out there is we continue to talk to Alex Yankowitz here in the booth, Caleb Hart, Earl Hearn Jr.
Yankowski.
Yankowski,
you know what
sorry,
it
sorry,
says?
sorry.
Yankowitz, Palmer's. Palmer's a Utica Rome.
Oh, yeah.
Always says
Yeah.
Yankowitz.
Yankowski. That's my one
It's
error
all
for the
right.
day.
He's pretty far west. They
Yeah.
probably don't have
Yeah.
too many skis over there.
At least he was here to actually see you say it.
You were awake for it, and that helps. Right?
We were working on him with Perego last week, too.
What was he saying?
Perego.
I only got that
But he
wrong
got it.
once.
Yeah, no, you got it. You got it by the end of the week.
No, it's Van Inwigen is the hard one.
That's what you just say Billy V. I don't even know how to say it.
Exactly.
That's the way to do it. And you know what? If you run well, it's all the more reason he's got to learn your name.
Yeah,
We call you
absolutely.
race winner, and that's really cool.
I like the sound of that.
Track's already really slicking off, just 4 or 5 practice sessions in here. Should be fun to tiptoe around by middle of the day when you jump back on it. It still had some moisture when you were on it earlier, didn't it not?
Yeah, I mean, it slowed down, like, I think almost a couple seconds from when, like, Buddy and them were out there.
Okay.
I believe I was, like, a 12-1, but then when Bell went out, it slowed down, I think, quite a bit more, and he ran 12-1s, too. So I think I'm looking at, like, a 3-ish, 10th, gap. So I think the biggest thing with myself is just to get smoothened out and just, more fluid. But, I mean, the racetrack's in really good shape. I mean, it's honestly one of the coolest racetracks I think I've been on. There's just something about it that's unique, and it has a lot of nostalgia to it, too.
Even though it was practice, we always talk about coming down the ramp. How was the feeling for you coming down the ramp?
I remember running like R Factor and stuff, and I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
man, it's
Old
like,
school.
it's just like R Factor. No, I mean it was cool. I mean it's everything you dream of. I mean this is probably the biggest stage, probably the biggest dirt race in the world, I would think. And it gives you chills a little bit. It's something that you take a moment to enjoy, and don't worry about the results. Just enjoy the moment a little bit.
We've heard a lot about the Keith Kunz Motorsports organization and how they divide responsibilities up here to the point where they've got 3 to 4 cars running per night here coming up this week. Who all is on your car? Who's your car chief? Who's working with you up there on yours?
I've been working with Bo a lot.
Okay.
I mean, that was kind of like the main guy. There's been a couple different, helpers with him. But, Bo was the first guy I saw when I got out of the car from the first set. And he said, well, you're not scared of the gas pedal. I was like, yeah, they come here to mess around. We're going to try. Even if we're lighting them up, we're going to try, right? But no, we talked, and really, I feel like everything he said was exactly what I felt and, kind of what I thought, too, and what I thought I needed to do better. So, I'm really excited to get in the car here, and I wish we got more time because I'm having fun.
Well, you are welcome to run your practice session and come on back down.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
no,
if you
I'm
got-
gonna
if
head
you-
Now
out
he knows the
there,
way.
Watch one.
So that was important. Now he knows the way.
There we go.
Yeah, you get climb through all different stuff.
Oh, it's an adventure to get down here. It is not
You
easy.
need to build a tunnel.
There was one. At
Port
one,
Royal
Oh,
Tunnel.
really?
yeah, at one point in time. Well, not necessarily a tunnel, but there was definitely a
Little section.
simpler path.
It used to be easier for
It
sure.
was.
Yeah.
Now you're kind of rolling around. You're figuring it out. It
cool.
gets there. This is 34, by the way, on racetrack. Jody Rosenboom's 14J that you see out there amongst the others that are staged. They've gone from coming out, motor heating everybody, and then putting one in the middle. It's literally down the ramp, up the ramp at this point in time.
Yeah.
So this is 34, and we're working backwards from this here on FloRacing here on Sunday afternoon. Practice session for the Chili Bowl Nationals, powered by NOS Energy Drink. We are on the air tomorrow, 4 Central Standard Time, for a full day. Practice, heat races, qualifiers, D's, C's, B's, and then the A main.
Tomorrow we have the O'Reilly as well.
That's right, O'Reilly's Invitational Race of Champions. Santino Ferrucci out and on the track, second session for him.
He's with Abacus Racing this year. And an IndyCar racer for AJ Foyt Racing finished 9th in the IndyCar standings in 2024. And he's always a fun guy. Typically on Saturday, right? Doesn't he come join us in the booth?
We got some Santino time.
I don't.
I want to say it was during one of the weekday shows.
Was it?
Yeah.
I remember too. Last year we were talking about Larson because at that point he was going to be running the 500 and everything. And I asked Santino. I said, "How do you think he's going to do?" He said, "You know who we're talking about, right?" He said he's going to win.
Yes, this year.
Yeah, he's got a shot. Caleb, I don't know if you've been keeping the folks at home up to date, but 28-7 Buffalo Bills.
I have not. That's okay.
I got you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Me and Alex's friends up in New York can
So
rejoice.
that'd be 2/3 of the way on the parlay.
Yeah, just
Right.
need go Birds, baby. Fly Eagles fly.
Birds! Hey, I had to put it in there. Oh, chaperone, go over there and help him. Oh, that's great. We'll fill you in a second, folks.
Well, we got Alex successfully into the booth. Now getting him out of the
No
booth.
trouble finding the exit.
That's all right. It happens. Kyle Jones on racetrack. With a look at Rosenboom. Forgot here about practice day. All the photographers that are here are getting a lot of shots of the car isolated by itself. So every once in a while here in the Brian Kapinski announce booth, you just get this flash right in your eyes. Yeehaw, right? Where'd that come from? It's one of the 17 photographers standing in corner 4, shooting out towards it at the moment.
Well, it's funny you say that, and all the photographers here do an outstanding job, right?
Agreed.
You can keep up with all their great work on socials. But I remember watching a documentary about the Chili Bowl years ago. And it's like when you're leading on Saturday night and you know when someone is starting to get close to you, you get more flashes coming your way. And it kind of tips you off to be like, uh-oh, someone's starting to get close to me. And instead of just riding around, you got to get more up on the wheel. But, yeah, believe it or not, the drivers here use the photographers to their advantage if you're in the big show on Saturday.
Just one of those little secrets. One of those little...
Hopefully, Chris Moore, we can get Alex back here in the booth when he's done.
If he remembers the way back.
Yeah, that was good.
I don't know. I know he's probably going to want to watch Matt Williamson as well. So yeah, I mean it's 2:30. By the time he gets out, I don't know that we'll get him back here today.
We'll see.
We have the drivers only though on Thursday if we wanted him to come in for that. I know Wilner normally lines up a lot of those guys.
Jankowski.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jankowski.
You got it.
All right.
I think probably one of his car owners he mentioned a couple times was Stankiewicz. And I think, yeah, he probably combined them a little bit there. So it's all right.
It's my one.
Again, if he runs well, you'll have to figure it out.
I'll
If he
call him.
doesn't, keep calling him Yankiewicz.
Your punishment shall be.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, cars still rolling around. We are on session, this should be 33. As Andrew Felker out and on the racetrack in the 11A. Jason McDougall in the 7P, second appearance for him here on our broadcast through the day. And again, if you're just tuning in, there is no live timing and scoring. Our apologies. They're just not hooking the transponders up today. Loop is rolling, but nobody's got the transponders on. And even if they were, we don't have the computer program up to pay attention at this point in time. So, as you get a look, Michael Facinto out and on the racetrack. He's had a lot of success here at the Expo Raceway himself.
3-time A-Main starter is Michael Facinto, and ran 9th, top 10 in last year's A-Main. So, you know, we talked about it. You get into the night program here. I mean, if you're in the C-Main, you are in the thick of it.
Oh, yeah.
At this deal. So running top 10 in the A, I can't imagine.
If you're in the C-Main, you finished in the top 8 and your preliminary.
I believe it's 9. I believe 9
now. Yeah.
Yeah, and then obviously you get your couple transfers
Yeah.
from the D, but yeah, I think it's 8. It's 8 or 9.
You're a top 10 car
Yeah.
essentially, and on your prelim night.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, to run 9th in the big show, you're doing something right.
Green flag is out. Shannon McQueen in the 7 car.
You know, I have a hard time thinking that if my last name was McQueen and I was a race car driver, I wouldn't do something.
You wouldn't have a red and yellow 95 car.
I mean, potentially,
I
or
get
at
it.
least, you know, some lightning bolt on the car or something. You know?
Shannon has been racing longer than the Cars movie came out. She is
Fair enough.
She's a veteran. So
Fair enough.
She could say, I was here first.
Yeah.
Would make some sense to me. Sessions have been rolling 2-3 laps quick and done.
There we are, boys.
Wave, everyone.
There we go, guys.
We wore our red on Sunday like Tiger.
Yes.
Earl and I got the red.
Yes.
I don't.
Do you not have red?
No, I do. I don't.
Okay.
I think they're in Delaware, maybe. Yeah.
That's not the right spot for him.
Yeah. It's okay. I was told after my first year that I looked fat in the red, so
Oh.
I retired those.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going to have a talk with that person.
Yeah, we need.
It was Brett Deo. So.
Brett, Chris looks just right in the red.
So yeah.
And that'll be
it
just
wasn't,
fine.
It wasn't Allison. It wasn't my girlfriend.
I'd say the same thing to Allison.
Oh, Brett.
But I just didn't want you to think.
Okay.
It was-
Yeah,
so-
well, if Allison
yeah.
was being mean to you, I would have been even more upset.
Earl, be prepared for.
Oh, I
for
know.
what you're-
I trust me. I know what's coming my way.
what you're gonna get in
February.
Florida.
But you know what they always say?
Or was that a secret?
They
I don't know.
can't.
Caleb didn't know, so sorry.
Apparently, I'm just cluing into things. That's fine.
It's okay.
Yeah. Well,
you going
I
to
mean,
Florida?
I am going to indeed go to Florida this year.
Fantastic.
I'm going to go down, and Chris Moore has other obligations he needs to stay up in the Northeast to do for obvious reasons.
Are you going to go hang out with the Short Track Super Series?
I sure am.
That's
Going
awesome.
to kick off their
Pound it out, buddy.
Thank you, sir. I'm going
Yeah.
to kick off their 2025 racing season down at the Alltech Raceway
Alltech is awesome.
on Florida. You know what?
Alltech is
I
awesome.
will never forget, and I've yet to be there as in person, right? But I will never forget watching that race at home. And it was a great 3-car battle. I remember Billy Pouch Jr. was in the hunt for
Shepard, Maresca,
yes.
Billy Jr., and
was
Mark
like 5
Johnson.
cars,
Mark
yeah.
Johnson. And Stuart Friesen was coming. They stopped himself in the wall.
It was an unbelievable
Yeah.
race, and that was the first time you guys went down to Florida, too. So, yeah, again, it's in the archives, folks, on FloRacing. Go check it out. But, yeah, I'm going to be kicking off besides here, my outdoor season down in Florida with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco.
All on FloRacing.
That is fantastic. Congratulations, Earl.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Caleb, Volusia, right? The environment, everything is cool. Racetrack, Alltech is my favorite that I've ever been to. just simply pure racetrack.
All right.
It's awesome.
Good to know. Sounds like a good reason for guys to come out and watch. Amongst drivers, Jason Botsford. That is the ex of Dan Bennett. He's from Akron, New York.
Does some 360 sprint car racing with the Empire Super Sprints, 305 sprint racing with the CRSA sprint cars.
Terry Nichols from Delano, California, out and on the track as well. Racing with Kyle Steffens in the Performance Plus Global Logistics number 8 out of Missouri. This is session 32. We again work towards number 1, and the end of our day. We will be on the air for another hour 15 here on FloRacing as the Chili Bowl Nationals powered by NOS Energy Drink practice soldiers on.
There we go. Got to hit the button. We're all numbers guys, right?
Yeah, mostly.
Right. And I
Because
hate
I don't
math.
have to
Always
add 'em.
hated math. That's why I didn't do well at the blackjack table last night. But scrolling through our handy-dandy media guide that we get every year, and we all do our own homework, right, throughout the weeks coming into this event. But just scrolling through, how about this? The first year that they were able to break the 200 car count mark was back in 2003. They were able to get 205 midgets.
22 years ago.
And in 2002, it was 173.
So you jumped 25 plus that in 1 year. All right.
Right? And then, obviously, car count keeps increasing. In 04, they had 218. And you're looking even further. It really jumped in 2006 when they had 254. Got to scroll here to see when we broke the 300 mark. Back in, there's 2017, that was 368, 323 in 16, 326 in 15. Yep, there we go. 2015, we broke the 300 mark.
So for 10 plus years, we've been 300 plus race cars.
And we're on the verge of potentially having another record here this year. We'll know that at the end of Friday.
We're going to need a new beacon to be lit because every year, once the official entry count hits 300, Ross Weiss lights the beacons and fires off the 300 graphic. We'll need a 400 graphic, right?
Yeah. And then back in 2015, Rico Abreu was able to get the win over Kevin Swindell, Damian Gardner, Tanner Thorson, and Sammy Swindell.
Yeah, my background noise has been old Chili Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Watching.
It's great.
Listening to Rico or Brian Clausen get his win or Kevin Swindell.
I remember that year. I remember the Rico's, because 2015 would have been Rico's first win.
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember we all gathered together in the Northwest because nobody could get the television network that it was on.
Here. Second that.
Right. So we found a Buffalo Wild Wings that was able to get the television network. There's about 20 of us gathered in the B-dubs that year to watch CB and A main coverage. And how cool is it that you now no longer have to leave the comfort of your own home to watch every single lap of it? That was nice.
Yeah.
But I remember the bet that year was, okay, you can have the Swindells or you can have the field.
I mean,
But that's how good they were.
That's how,
yes.
And I took the Swindells. Kevin almost got there.
Yeah.
Kevin almost got there.
Yeah, he did.
So, but
That was the year, too, correct, that he got like a flat tire in his heat race on his prelim night.
Mm-hmm.
Came through the soup.
Yeah.
And then
he raced his rear end off to get to where he was.
Yeah.
Didn't get the right break at the right time. Either way, made for a fun Chili Bowl Nationals, that's for sure. This year, who knows how it's going to play out, as you got multiple former champions in the field. The return for a full committed run of Kyle Larson, the return of Christopher Bell, add in more NASCAR stars than ever into it, plus your defending champion in Logan Seavey. Tanner Thorson is back, a loaded Keith Coots Motorsports field. Huge amount of drivers coming internationally from Great Britain, Australia, New Zealand, and more represented, and just playing more of your biggest studs that are in the open wheel game and from other racing walks of life, from IndyCar to big block modifieds. MCA mods to 410 sprint cars and more. You name it, we got you represented this week.
It all goes back, if you think about this, when this event first started way back in the day, if you will, back in 1987, right, I believe. If it goes back to, if you build it, they will come. Right? Think about it, though.
Little track of dreams here.
Yeah, think about it.
All we
If
need
you
is a
build it,
cornfield, Earl.
They will come. Well, I don't know if we're going to get one here. But, I mean, just hard work truly pays off. We all know that. And the amount of work that goes into these 2 weeks that we race here for the shootout and the Chili Bowl is unbelievable. And think about this. They're here, a month ahead of time before the shootout, building the track, building the grandstands, getting everything marked off in the pit area, painted, banners hung, the list goes on. And then at the end of Saturday night, it's all over because I believe they have, is it a boat show?
Yep.
Coming in on that Monday.
It's the weirdest thing is that we're sitting there in Victory Lane and we're watching the track workers disassemble the facility.
It's depressing, really.
To a point.
Same thing happened at the Dome. I mean, you're watching Brandon Shepard and the whole thing with his dad and Tyler Carpenter and everything and all this is going on, and you look at 1 and 2 and there's a loader a foot into the ground digging up dirt. It's like, whoa.
It's
coming through.
It's weird. Chris Wyndham in the 89X. Tanner Thorson, the 2022 Chili Bowl champion on track as well in the 88. Ryan Bernal is the 87. Bernal, out of Hollister, California. Amongst the drivers out on the racetrack for this one, green flag coming out.
We are, for the record, into some Thursday guys.
Yes.
There's Jordan Mallett, Swindell Motorsports, Bertrand Motorsports race car.
It's interesting because you want to sit there in the moment of crowning your Chili Bowl champion.
Yeah.
Here is the peak. Here is the ultimate. To me, it's the greatest dirt race in motorsports because nobody's got anything else up against it. You want to run this, you can come and you can test your mettle, right? There's no other Saturday night in the summer where somebody else is pulling you one way or else, right? So,
and it's all the unknowns that come with this race, right? You mentioned it a little bit ago, Chris Moore, where, Sammy and Kevin had to make a couple runs because of flat tires in the heat races. I mean, we all know how this format is. Passing points, that's the name of the game in your qualifying night. And if you potentially win your qualifying night, it's kind of like you're winning in kind of thing, right? But it's just, this is the event.
Yep.
This is where everybody comes.
We sit there and we whittle this field down from 400 to 24, right? Yep. And we give 24 40 laps and may the best man win. And then 5 minutes after crowning may the best man win, right? We're sitting here in all this glory and,
Yeah.
And then, hey, look, the pole's coming down.
Yep. Yeah, track's coming down. The overhead doors are open. People are leaving. Time to get out of here.
I guess that's a little of the mystique. You can't come down and practice.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You can't rent the track.
There's no track rentals here.
There's nothing, right? There's nothing you can do other than the Tulsa Shootout and the Chili Bowl Nationals to get better for this race specifically.
And, Earl talked about you never know what's going to happen. Nothing, for me in the past couple of years, I mean, this is my third year here. 2 years ago when Hank Davis won, I mean, Buddy Kofoid is checked out, going to win the race, enters the top of 1 and 2, and there's a car spun there, and Buddy breaks his front end trying to get around him, and Buddy Kofoid ends up getting knocked out in the E-Main on Saturday. And Hank Davis, who at that point, if you were here, you knew who he was. But besides that, you didn't really know.
Nope.
And he won his prelim night. And last year ran the top 5 on Saturday.
Well, think about this last year, the feud between Cannon McIntosh and Thomas Metzgerl. Right, they were already locked in for a transfer spot.
I felt really bad for Cannon on that deal.
And then they get together and their Chili Bowl dreams are pretty much done, right? So,
well, T-Mez's, not Cannon's. Cannon made out in that deal.
Yeah.
One continued on, one not so much.
I said you just knew that he didn't know that he thought he was 8th. I mean, he for sure thought that he needed that spot.
And when we interviewed him, you could see the reaction. It's like, did you know that you were already in a qualifying spot? And he had no idea.
He said, that makes me look pretty stupid, I'm sure.
Yeah,
But, when you go when you know you're on that bubble, when you're in that area and you go green flag that long, you can't see the leaders. Maybe you can't see second. You don't really know. Just trying to get a spot or two. And
at the end of the day, you're a race car driver.
yeah. And we know how much making the A main here means. It's a feather in the cap.
Well, you referenced him. Look at Hank Davis and look at the career of Hank Davis since then. Full-time ride with the ASCS National Tour last year. This year he's going out to California to test his mettle in the 410 game and going to run some NARC and some Northwest and all over the place with Shannon Wheatley.
Briggs Danner made the A main last year. Now, won 3 times in the National USAC Sprint Tour and not being a regular. And this year, now he's going to follow it and go full-time national. So
it can certainly be a starter, that's for sure. Green flag is out on another hot lap session. You have got the 80, which is clear back on the other page. I got to go to the other page finally. Here we go. Josh Hanna is in the 80 car. Also, Jacob Denny. That's the car, Earl. That's the car.
And that is the car for you?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
Christopher Bell, 71. We got to get a list together of the best looking cars.
Yeah.
In fact, I got to get that going soon-ish. Frank Flood, the 81.
Well, that game's over. It's been over.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean Denver's going to lose?
Horribly.
Wow.
I do, yeah.
My heart's breaking. See it break? You see this thing shattering into pieces right as we speak?
You know who stinks?
Denver?
Well, but their division mate, the Chargers.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't good.
I mean, my goodness.
That was
I thought they were going to win. They got
Well, when you throw,
boat-raced.
2 pick sixes back-to-back, you're not going to win that game.
They got.
You threw more interceptions last night than he had all year.
Yeah.
When it counts.
I mean,
when it needs to count.
I mean, just terrible.
All right,
Not even competitive.
Let's get the real game on.
You know, I don't think I know a single Chargers sports fan.
Well, there's not even,
I can name Broncos fans.
You can go to the Charger Stadium for a Chargers
Still not
game
find
and not really
Yeah,
find any.
you're right.
I mean,
All right, so we should be into session 29? 29.
Yes, this is 29 trackside.
Thank you. With the 55 of CJ Leary making his way down the ramp, amongst others. These are Thursday competitors now. Blake Hahn firing off trackside in the 52. Nice to see Blake. Hopefully he's feeling better. Was not feeling very good on Driller Saturday.
Yeah, I was actually able to catch up with Blake after one of the qualifying nights last week. And again, the whole family was down and out. And not feeling well. And he got a little bit of the bug, but he did not get the full Monty of what the rest of the family
He
got.
was also coming off his baby girl being sick and in the hospital for a couple of days.
Yeah, and he came off with not a lot of rest.
Yeah.
Because he was going from here to the hospital to home, back and forth again all weekend long. So, family comes first.
Yes.
100%.
Glad to hear everybody's doing better.
Yep, and everyone is doing well. We also, he's doing better, but still not fully up to snuff. Jeff Converse. Unfortunately, he won't be here with us this weekend. He's still a little bit under the weather, but we send you some love your way, Jeffrey, as can't wait to catch up with you down in Florida.
The flip side of that is we did get Jeff Christensen.
Yes.
Who is the man.
Yes, Mr. Christensen going to be flying in here. And then all of the rest of the Flow staff, top-notch people, coming back this week. None of what you see at home would be possible without the entire production staff, all of our camera guys, wireless guys, all of us that you hear, and everyone else involved, content. I mean, those guys are really knocking out of the ballpark on Flow socials all week long.
Matt Dillner and Heavy Launch are going to kill it this week. They always do.
Doing a great job. Maybe Heavy Lunch can get me a couple of heaters, and we can have heaters with Tune. What?
Oh, there's some duality there.
What?
Heaters with Heavy Lunch.
Heaters with... He can't take
Heaters
it.
with Hoon and Heavy Lunch.
Oh,
We're on to something,
it's the Triple
boys.
H you never knew you needed.
I like what you did with that. Oh, fuck.
Heaters, Hoon, and Heavy Lunch.
That's
Sponsored by Lunchables.
coming to a segment near you.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, now you made me hungry.
All right, yeah. So you guys like Lunchables, right?
I mean,
I can't tell you that I have chosen
Yeah.
to eat a Lunchable in a
Right.
very long time.
I'm certainly not going to
Hey,
buy it.
When you need a snack and stop at a local Sheets my way, I'm going to get a Lunchable.
I'm not.
I'm going straight to the
Not a
sushi.
fan, Chris? Not a fan? Or?
I'm just not going to pick that. I mean, I'm not 6 years old anymore.
Well, there's
you know?
nothing wrong with the Lunchable.
I don't know.
I like the pizza kind.
I'm not-
I like the pepperoni kind. I'm just saying, some people
Oh, yeah.
like cheese only, or the ham and cheese with the crackers.
I'm going
not
right to
knocking
the.
you for doing it. I'm just not going to do
I'm going right to the hot case, and I'm seeing if they got a bean and cheese burrito.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, not on. a
I
road
too
trip
like.
for me.
I
That's-
too like to live
I don't-
dangerously.
I don't, yeah.
Yeah, not
That
on a
seems
road trip
sketchy.
for me. Yeah.
To each their own. But that seems sketchy to me.
I mean, we all
It
know
seems
you
like
to
you're
live on
taking
the
a
wild
chance.
side, Kevin.
That's the point, Chris.
Am I gonna make it or not?
Yeah.
Caution
Gonna make
lights
it.
are on.
That is the question.
Oh.
Multiple cars tangling up in the corner.
Joe Walker, the 51X.
Sean Robbins, the 53.
It's not what you want.
Don't see a whole lot of damage on both of those machines. See
I
what happens here.
just got a text. Caleb, have you ever heard the name Rick Laubach?
Rick. What's the last name again?
Laubach.
Nope.
No?
As much as you watch modified racing. All right.
That look was very on purpose.
I was just curious.
Okay.
He's one of the really good ones in up my way.
Is he a dude? When it comes to the race car?
Yes.
What did you think he meant?
Yeah.
Earl?
No. Go ahead. Yes. Yes.
I will say, and Rick will probably be the first to admit this. In recent years, we've kind of switched from torsion bar suspension to coilover setups, and he has certainly struggled since that transition. He was when it was torsion bar. He's won at Volusia. He's won a Gator at Volusia.
Okay.
He won back-to-back short track Super Series races back in 2015. Yeah,
Technology has evolved a little bit.
Yeah, and he just hasn't found it yet.
Okay.
But
Fair.
yeah, it has nothing to do with his ability. But anyway, he texted me, said, "How do you guys all on the Flow staff not get sick?" Because he hears all about the Chili Bowl flu.
Okay, so
Well, we do.
We should really explain this.
The answer is we do.
There is no such thing. And yes, we all get sick. Just the sheer amount of people you come into contact with over the course of the week, and it is the cold and flu season, ends up happening. As you take a look at Leary driving up and around. Sunday, I spent all day sleeping and sniffling, but with, right amount of vitamin C and good take care of yourself,
Yeah.
you come back and you feel better.
Yeah, the vitamin C is the big thing. And
Yep.
if you have it. I mean, I would roll with NyQuil every night.
I hate to say it, I hate shaking hands in here. So I try to
The old fist bump.
I try to fist bump.
Yeah.
It's just a little less.
Do the elbow tap?
Nah, I won't go to that. No. Nope. Not
I don't either. That's
But,
nonsense. But
At the same time, the less contact that you make, the better off you are. And if you see somebody coughing, step back, right? If you are coughing, cough into your shirt, cough into your sleeve. Try not to spread the germ. Easy as that.
yeah,
There's things you can do.
it's doable. I mean, my first year here, I didn't get sick at all.
But last year we both got sick. Remember that?
Last year, leaving this place was the most sick I've ever been in my. I got COVID. I had the swine flu. I had all that.
Last year I came in sick. So
Yes,
I feel
you did.
I
You
was
kind of. I
so
think you were the earthborn of it all, passing around.
I think
to
we
us.
stopped.
Nobody
at a-
else ended up getting bronchitis, though. So
Yeah. Yeah. I don't.
Diagnosed bronchitis.
I'm still rolling with you.
Yeah,
It's all right.
I'm rolling with you.
I
Pal.
had pneumonia when I got home last year.
boy.
Yeah. Anyway,
You look at it too, so you're in proximity to a lot of other people.
but me,
and,
yes,
and we're also putting in long weeks.
Yeah.
yes.
So
I mean, and it could come, like I told you guys, like Sunday night leaving after Tulsa shootout, Sunday night, woke up in the middle of the night, had a little bit of a sore throat. I could have got that at the airport.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Yep.
I mean, so.
although the Tulsa airport is like the world's greatest airport, it is so easy to get in and out of.
It is.
TSA is so pleasant.
Are they?
At Tulsa?
I tell you what, though.
Absolutely.
I don't see. I don't. I can't say I've ever had a true experience because when I leave here, I'm leaving at 6. Like my flight on Sunday is 6 a.m.
You're on the
getting
Chris
hell
Muller
outta here.
program.
Yeah.
I don't sleep. I just go straight to the airport.
Time to get up and get out of here, man.
With
so.
the insulin pump, I have to get pulled aside at TSA every time because they got to hand
Gotcha.
scan that.
Right.
You can definitely tell the difference between TSA employees who are happy at their jobs and low stress versus the ones that I
It's not
deal
fun
with at
for
my home airport. Let's hope they're not race fans today.
If they are, thank you for joining us.
That's right. Maybe you were the nice one I dealt with.
Exactly.
This time. The 45 is one of the Mount Stout Motorsports cars. Here from session number, say, 28. Yep, 28. That's Bradley Cox out of Elbert, Colorado in the 45B. Again, we're in Thursday cars here. Michael Hubert's 27X. As the green is out.
Oh, couple cars getting together there in turn 3.
Add one. Michael Hubert was around. Can't tell who that car is. Stopped just on the right of your screen, and then obviously you have the one over here right in the center, and naturally there's no number on the tail tank. We're all in this together.
Yeah. We are.
So unfortunately for whoever it is, it'll go on the hook. We'll get a better look at it in just a second. That might be Joe Perry's 28. Kind of recognized the hood scheme for the first time it was on the track, although I thought he had tail tank numbers. Let's get a better look as we roll around the front. And no, it's Ben Schmidt's 35S. So Schmidt, our third victim of the day.
3. Numero
2 on the track
tres.
and 1 on the parking lot.
Yeah. Thank goodness that that gentleman had the wherewithal to do everything he could to make sure it didn't hit that transformer out there. Look at that.
That's a look.
Sun's out, guns out, baby.
Replay coming.
Kyler! That away.
That is almost... I'll bet you that's Kane.
How did... What do you think?
He was on the
Well,
controls earlier.
Kyler.
Oh, Kyler
Yeah,
texted us
Kyler,
earlier.
we see your fist pump there, big boy. Kyler is on the camera on the stand, and then Kane is probably running the replay. And then
Yeah.
Dad is hitting the rest of the buttons.
No.
Oh.
Tyler on the replay. Kane at the controls.
Little mix-up.
I'm grounded.
How about you guys come to the booth and we'll come switch and run the replays?
I like...
You did? With who? Oh, does he mean at Port Royal when he was on the microphone?
Yeah, I gave him his announcing shot. And now, okay, so...
Brian Brown was a
story
big
time.
fan, correct?
So Tyler McKim, he was off. He came up to Port Royal. He came home for a week. He goes, hey, can I do something? I said, yeah, grab a microphone. How about it? Have fun. All right, so he does pit reporting. He does a real good job.
Yep.
Until Brian Brown wins a heat race, right? So I give Tyler all of my notes. He's well prepared. Brian Brown pulls up to him, gets ready for the interview. And now Tyler McKim, our producer, AKA Dad, he is, how should I put this? A very mellow, person.
Mild-mannered.
Mild, not excited.
Earl, I
goes
just want to remind you, you do want to be on the broadcast the rest of
with
the week.
the
So
flow.
tread.
I mean all this in a good way.
Okay.
I mean all this in a good way.
'Kay.
Very melancholy, very,
He's not melancholy. He's just soft-spoken.
soft-spoken, sure. And then Brian Brown and Tyler asked Brownie a question, and Brownie's answer was, well, that heat race was a whole hell of a lot more exciting than what this interview is. Wow. And then it was on from there. Tyler still did a great job the rest of the show up there. Was that for Labor Day, Tyler? You'll have to remind me in my ears. Was that? Yes, that was the Labor Day show. And yeah, but anyway, he does a hell of a job. He is the one that puts this great team together for both weeks here for the shootout and the Chili Bowl. And I remember him when he was a producer for us. He was just getting started for Burr Hill Gang TV, and then he was helping Speed Shift TV out, and then, everything changed in the world, and then everyone went to Flow, and he's doing a hell of a job each and every week.
All right, girl, we got it. We got it.
All right, I just got to save my job.
Clean your nose off.
Gotta save my job, boys. Gotta save my job.
We got about 51 minutes left of coverage here today from practice. Practice will continue rolling on. We'll just quit talking at that point.
Yeah,
Everybody can't wait for 4 o'clock.
I know. They're counting down the time.
But we're glad to have you along with us here on FloRacing. Again, we're on the air 4 p.m. Central tomorrow for opening day coverage of the Chili Bowl Nationals powered by NOS Energy Drink and the O'Reilly Invitational Race of Champions as well coming up. So busy race at 3:30, in fact, for pre-race. So we'll be on at 3:30. So 3:30 Central Time is when we will take the air.
They get to hear all of our intelligent insight before we go racing.
We will have her dialed in. That is,
Yeah, I like it.
well, we have.
We'll have her dialed.
Hey, we're all making notes. We're all taking some data down and watching to see what's going on out there. Who looks good? Who's having a rough afternoon amongst things? And it's been a fairly seamless afternoon so far. I mean, only 2 here in the arena as far as drivers getting upside down. It's really, really good for practice day typically.
All right, Caleb.
Yes.
Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, Logan Seavey, Tanner Thorson, Buddy Kofoid. You can't have any of them.
Really?
Who's the one guy? If I gave you one guy you thought could beat the 5 of them and win this thing on Saturday?
Oh, that's.
Okay, and I can't take Thorson, Seavey, Kofoid, Larson, or Bell.
Correct.
I will take Ryan Timms. I think that's a
That's
really
yeah.
good position.
I respect
All right.
that.
Yep. I coming in, I think your winner comes out of one of 2 camps, or is CV or Thorson. I think it comes out of CBI or KKM, or is Logan CV or Tanner Thorson. Just based on sheer car speed. That's one of the first things I took from Brian Gapinski when it was me and him and Justin Zock here in the booth back in the early days.
So not Larson.
I consider Larson part of Keith's camp still. I shouldn't, but
yeah.
at the same time.
Right.
So yes, Kyle as well.
All right.
But
I just wanted to make sure.
yeah,
That would have been
Kyle's
a bold. That would have been a hot take.
No, not considering Kyle. Kyle Larson could win anything. Probably the Indy 500 this year.
Yeah, very much.
One of the first things that Brian Gapinski taught me was just look at sheer car speed. Watch them when they're out here in practice, when they're not racing amongst anybody else. Whose car makes speed?
Yeah.
And there are guys that are going to win races, and there are guys that are going to pass cars. But when they're by themselves, on their own, whose car makes the most speed? Because the teams that make the most speed tend to be able to transfer that to racing in and out of traffic. Yeah. So that's my very early narrative coming into this.
Yeah.
I would love to be proved wrong.
Right.
Somebody
Would be cool.
Bring me a Hank Davis out of the Seymour Racing team or a Timmy B once again. Right? Bring me one of the RMS guys.
Matt Wood Racing guys.
Bring me a Spencer Basin coming out and having the night that he did. Right? Prove me wrong, because that makes for better stories.
Right. Yeah, you know, and that's like people always ask me, like, oh, you know, like root for this, root for that, you know, your favorites. And so I just want it to be interesting.
Yeah.
I just want it to be interesting and entertaining.
Yep.
I'm always, you know who I'm rooting for? The guy running second or third, right? Like, that's who I'm rooting for.
Yeah.
So that something good happens.
Yeah.
That's how, like golf. Listen, I might lose people here talking about golf. Jordan Spieth, remember the year when he melted down at the Masters?
Yeah.
Right. So he won the year prior, dominated, goes to the 12th hole. He's kicking everybody's tail. I'm rooting for everybody but Jordan Spieth. He melts down in the 12th hole, and then I start rooting for Jordan Spieth to come back.
Yep.
So I just want it to be interesting and fun and exciting.
Yep. Brady Bacon, guy who's been close a billion times.
Yeah.
Right? What a great story that would be. It's not that I'm rooting against anybody either. I should make that well known. It's just, you know, there's the stories can come from a lot. There's almost 400 drivers in this building. One of them's going to have an incredible story to tell.
And that's like, you know, we say those 5 guys, right? They're tremendous. But you wouldn't be surprised if Matt Wood Racing or Spencer Baston or, you know, Tyler Courtney.
Yep.
You wouldn't be surprised if any of these guys won.
Shane Golobic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you have to give those 5 guys their due.
We've got this awesome media sheet and entry sheet that Lonnie Wheatley's provided us. I could find 3 guys a page that wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, yeah.
Right? In a 400 page, you know.
Yeah.
Not necessarily 400 page, but you know what I'm saying.
That's just how many good race car drivers are in
Yes.
this building right
Yes.
now.
Alex Bright is running for Dunlap Performance this year. Alex Bright's a stud.
Has had a ton of success at
Those
this
are
event.
really good cars that they put a lot of effort in. Is that the missing ingredient that team has needed to go forward and get it, right?
Just how things have to play out.
Mm-hmm.
And luck, you know, that's what you hear. Drivers, luck. You need luck. Luck. Yes, to a point, but you need to have the ability as well. And everyone in this building has the ability, no doubt about it.
Absolutely. Casey Schumann in the 21H. Ethan Mitchell in the 19. Somebody's motor not sounding great coming off of
I want to say it's one of the Dave.com cars, I believe. No.
Phew.
Turn 1 right now?
Yeah, turn 1.
Okay. Exiting turn 2.
The black 17.
And you can feel it.
Yeah.
It's Cody Beard or Tom Dunkel?
It's a D. For
It's a-
Dunkel.
Gotcha. Well, that's Justin Dickerson, the car around. The 17 you referenced. I mean, you could feel that in the booth.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it wasn't just here. You could literally feel. That was wild.
So that was session 26. We're coming up on 25 next. Actually, that might have been 27. Yep, that was 27.
Close enough.
26 coming.
As I think too, Caleb, you said it's informal. So like a formal, informal. The first time they came out, it's become a little bit even more informal.
A little
the
more.
second time through.
Guys
we got a
have-
few more mixes.
Some guys found problems in first sessions that they're having to scramble and get put back up on. And frankly, some of them try to kick back just a hair later to get a hair more dry on the racetrack. Right.
I also think too, if you get up and get in line and you're one session ahead, again, all right, go ahead. Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Just practice. There's no times. There's none of that. So, and we talked about it earlier. Everybody's here for a different reason, right? For practice. I mean, you got Buddy and, the 5 guys we mentioned, all the guys that are here to win. I mean, they're trying to really dial in their race cars. And then you get, Alex Yankowski we had in here a little bit ago, who's just trying to learn the race car.
I remember coming in 2 years ago and watching him doing the seat fitting, the throttle fitting on somebody. Like literally little stuff like that.
Right.
Like final car assembly steps.
Right. Yeah.
So, and there's like you said, there's a variety who are coming at this from a lot of different directions here on practice day. And there are about 43 minutes left coverage to go. I am Caleb Hart. He is Earl Hoon Jr. and Chris Moore hanging out here in the booth with you for practice day for the Chili Bowl Nationals, powered by NOS Energy Drink. They've been going since, I don't know, building opened 8 a.m. I think they've got the first one on the track just after 9.
Yeah, just a couple minutes after 9 because I remember walking in and they were at 8:30. Said, "Hop in, drivers. We are ready." And this has been going very, very smooth today for as many practice sessions.
Earl, you gotta stop doing this, man.
I'm just saying it's been going.
You're not gonna leave here until like next Tuesday because you decided to jinx your flights.
Yeah.
And now,
Tell me on opening night at Port Royal, you're going to be like, after the heat races, well, guys, night's going awfully quick tonight.
Yeah.
geez.
When do you guys start? Mid-April?
No.
Late May?
First weekend of March.
Oh, that's
March,
right.
baby.
Early.
First weekend.
Sprints and then
Sprints and
Short
late
track
models,
Super Series.
and then the short track Super Series comes into town for a big old paying show once again.
different,
Speed showcase.
different big paying show.
Different, but still big paying
but still
show.
big paying. Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Caleb, where do you stand on? Granted, announcer and stuff, but
Sure.
you've been at Skagit, Deming for a long time and everything like that.
I would be lying to you if I didn't know a hair about operations.
So where do you stand as far as the payout goes and the balance between paying the winner well and also trying to pay throughout the field well, and also trying to make sure that the racetrack can make a few bucks to survive as well?
I think it's a complicated question.
It's so
And
difficult.
it's something that you and I talked about when we got together a couple weeks ago before the shootout started, right? Profit's not a dirty word. And it can't be on the operations side of it because you have to make profit to keep the doors open and stay sustaining. Heck, even tracks that still make profit and sustain aren't guaranteed to reopen. Just happened to us in the Northwest yesterday with Hermiston Speedway closing a place that was successful, seemed to not, make millions and millions of dollars, but was, good enough to stay open every year until the owner said, nope, I'm going to turn around and sell this and turn it into land development or something like that.
Yeah,
So,
we saw it very close to happening at Grandview Speedway, one of the most successful tracks we have up in the Northeast, and somebody came along with enough money that they were willing to part ways with it. It didn't end up going through, but
what racing promoters do is we sell and broker entertainment, right? You come race for me and I will pay you X amount of money to entertain my crowd. It's weird though, we're one of the few forms of business and industry in which our commodity has feelings, right? Racers have feelings and they're spending a bunch of their own money to come out and do it. So I think you can never put enough money back into your racers' hands. That is truly the way that you make them feel like they're appreciated, is by making sure that they're as compensated within the structure that you've set up that you can do. Now, your fans want to see big names and big car counts. So they want you to pay enough money to get the big names there, but also pay down the field well enough to get 60 cars showing up, not 30.
Yeah.
So I think there's balance to be struck with everything. It's great that we are putting more money into the top of the purse and the guys are being able to make a better living than what they used to be being car racers. It's even better when we can get more hobbyists out, your quote weekend warrior, because you're putting enough money in their pocket for them to keep going. But I think there's a good middle that might need to be found where crowds don't need the highest of the high-end payout to appreciate the depth and quality of the field.
Right.
That would be my hope.
Yeah.
And thankfully, that's not my job to figure out. I just have to talk about them. But it's one of those things. Like, I'll show me the greatest two-car race in the world, and I'll probably be entertained.
Right.
I'd be a lot happier if there's 24, but if it's the greatest two-car race I ever saw, I'll be happy.
People like drag racing.
They do.
That's two cars flying straight.
People like F1, which is essentially just time attack. Those cars are never around each other, right?
Well, that's how I feel about 410 sprint cars. But
you haven't watched enough Port Royal.
I'm just kidding for the most part.
I mean,
you know what I would be in favor of, and I'm going to be in the extreme minority in this booth? shorter racetracks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going
No,
to say no to that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I love the speed of a half mile, but my God, it's so big.
It doesn't always, help provide good racing. I mean, if you have a big track, it has to be done right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's I would say the bigger the track, the better the track prep needs to be, and that's Port Royal hits it on the head.
Yes,
And the
they
clay,
do.
the surface needs to be good.
You guys have a lot of big joints out in your area, though. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. That's big track central out there.
Yeah, it's foot on the gas.
West Coast, we're bull rings. We're small. And, I mean, 3/8 is big for us.
Right.
Even then, some of our 3/8 aren't all that big.
Right.
I like short.
Just to add on to what you're saying, Caleb, but I'm not going to go too much in depth on this because Chris and I obviously part of more of the business side of things now too, right? But no matter what, go out to your local racetrack. Support your local racetrack. Bring a friend that has never been to a race before because I am 100%, and I've seen it, once you take a fan to one race, they are hooked for the rest of their life. I swear. So just the fact of the matter is, go to the racetrack, support a racetrack, take friends, take family with you, have a good time because we're still one of the cheapest parts of entertainment in the world, right? To a point. You look at ticket prices compared to other major sports in the country, but just go support your local racetrack. No matter if it's dirt, asphalt, road course, or whatever. Just go support your local racetrack.
I think we got to be a little careful. And I say that. Inflation has hit all of us really hard.
Sure. Oh, yeah. No doubt about
it is more expensive than ever to operate a racetrack. And we've got to make sure we don't lose that thing that's made us so good, which is the fact that it is incredible entertainment value for the dollar.
And it's the most expensive to ever run a race car, too.
It is.
Right? So us being on the business side of things, we have to try to find a happy medium because we need cars to get to the track so the fans come to the track to watch.
Yep.
Right?
And
so
if we don't bring enough cars, there won't be enough fans.
And
the
then
fans
there's
don't
no
come out.
racetrack
We can't
anymore.
pay the
Right?
drivers. We just got to be careful. Like I said, inflation's been huge the last couple of years, and the average American family has less money to spend on recreation than what they always do. So while, yes, it is more expensive to run our businesses, we have to be mindful of that and find other ways economically within the realm that we are in to make sure we're providing value. To me, that means running a tighter show. That means, for your ticket, not making somebody spend 5.5 hours at the facility.
Yeah, sure.
To watch the whole thing means 2.5 hours, 3 at the most. Especially if they got younger kids whose attention span is about the amount of Bluey, and that's about it, right? Oh, Donnie Ray Crawford Legacy Foundation 55, a dual seat micro on the track. I think they told me they have a 750 in that that's powering that thing around. Jake Rosario taking
Big
a lucky
smoke.
fan for a lap around. Glad to have you in with us. Coverage starts tomorrow, 3:30 Central Standard Time with the pre-race show here on FloRacing for the Chili Bowl Nationals. Powered by NOS Energy Drink.
It's almost go time, Earl.
Yes, sir. I got my eye on over there.
You mean practice session 24?
Both.
Yeah, I mean that's cool and all, but
That's why I have two eyes.
it's about to lose some of my attention.
One's looking at one monitor, the other one's looking at the other monitor.
No disrespect, but we're talking about practice, This is playoffs. Playoffs versus practice.
Right.
So a little break in the action once again. Track crew going to make their way out, put a little water out on the track surface as you see cars staging on the ramp cam, brought to you by NOS Energy Drink.
Oh, I was wrong. Blake isn't washing his hair. He's watching Iowa women's basketball.
What a shock. I want a list of Iowa sports that he watches.
It's easier to
Like,
make a list of
it's-
Iowa sports he doesn't watch.
Yeah. Yep.
Gotta be. I mean, listen, hats off to him. That's an incredible commitment and love and passion for your school and your home and everything like that. That's crazy. My alma mater just hired Deshaun Jackson to be the head coach of their college football team. Delaware State University
Hey,
hired former Philadelphia Eagle Deshaun Jackson. So exciting times over there.
what's the mascot there?
The Hornets,
All right, not bad.
which is ironic because I am severely allergic to wasps. So,
Oh, that's bad.
yeah.
We're moving to session 24 is where we're going to. And this is still, I believe, a Thursday session if you look at it. So session 24 coming up as we take our Thursday notes.
Closing in on Wednesday now, actually.
Yep, this will be the last of the Thursday cars, and then solidly into Wednesday night, which Wednesday night was always Sammy night, right? You always
Yes.
look for it. Sammy and Rico.
Rico,
Sammy's
yep.
still there. No Rico. Feel better, Rico.
Yeah, we wish.
Get back to this
Understand.
building. This building is better with you in
Absolutely.
it. Please.
Absolutely. I'm sure there's a whole. As great as this event is, if you could pick one guy we were missing, he would be it.
This year.
Yes. Right. Yeah.
Yes. When he comes back. And it'll be a win. Not to be in the Rico Abreu prediction business, but
Yeah. I
like,
didn't see this finger what you were
Oh,
doing.
gotcha.
So
You thought
that
I was just
were
flipping you off?
I thought you were just giving me the bird for no.
I could just
no
do that
reason.
because we could turn.
I mean,
we could turn the camera on. And
it wouldn't be the first time somebody's flipped me off.
when Rico comes back to this building, he will be celebrated for the champion that he is.
Absolutely.
He is absolutely missed by this crowd.
And he's not just a champion race car driver; he's a champion human being.
Absolutely.
He's a grade A dude.
Yep.
For sure.
Between the top row rowdies and the back row posers and the, what do we call them? The toddler tween? The
yeah, I forget the
toddler rowdies who came.
top row tweens or something like that.
Anyways, between all those guys in the back straightaway who absolutely just adore Rico Abreu and back, we miss having him here racing this event. It's like the one last piece of the puzzle. Like if we were at 399, right, and then all of a sudden lights down, like
Spotlight.
right? Spotlight hits the ramp, right, for the 400th. Ladies and gentlemen, your 400th and right opening lines of Thunderstruck start playing. Streamers going off, the pyro flares, and down the ramp comes Rico to be the first of the 400 club.
I think the roof would explode. You paint a hell of a picture, Caleb.
Man, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Anyways, Rico, I'm not saying that that's going to happen for you if you chose to last minute show up, but like, if you did, we could
do
make a plan around it.
Just give one of us a text or something. We'll figure it out.
I know you have got the promotion staff number.
Yeah.
They're probably the
Yeah, you
right
go way
guys
over
to
our
do
heads.
that. Yes. Hey guys, so I'd like to show up Friday just at the. All right, cool. Bam, you're in. We'll get to working on it.
He high limit came to Utica Rome this past season, and that was where he got his first high limit win of 2024. Was at Utica Rome and New York, where he doesn't get to go a lot, and the place exploded. I mean, they were absolutely infatuated with him and him getting the win there. It was a really cool night and cool to see.
He is the richest man in Skagit Speedway history at this point in time, and rightfully so. What a driver and ambassador for the sport he is, and please come back. Come here to the bowl, please, Rico. We need you. We would love to have you. Can't wait for the Kubota High Limit Racing Series to make their trip this year here out to Skagit Speedway again. It is going to be an absolute blast, just like it was in 2024. They got a great schedule coming up, and we will see all of it live every lap right here on FloRacing.
Good commercial.
Cut, print, send. All right, so Group 24 on racetrack. And a lot of these guys were the guys who, right before we took the air,
Yeah.
were on screen, so our first chance to talk about some of them. including, but not limited to. Let's see if we get a look. I think Spencer Baston is out there. He's scheduled to be out there for this run. And Baston, if you remember, monster night last year in his prelim nights.
Eventful week.
Eventful week there, Spencer.
Yeah.
Take a look at him in the 1S.
Yeah, you're right. Earl flipped on practice night.
Flipped on practice night.
Dominated his prelim.
Then was it hot laps for the pole shuffle, or was it in the pole shuffle?
In the pole shuffle.
Yeah.
The pole
Got
shuffle
upside
itself,
down.
going into turn 3, is when he got upside down
They had to go to work on getting that car fixed.
in a very short amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he had a very eventful Chili week last year. Spencer Baston in the 1S.
Ran high limit this past season.
New racer for the Myers Racing car.
Yep. Yeah, he was 8th in high limit points this year, 3rd in the midweek money series. So he stepped up when the cash was on the line, and as we talked about, dominated his prelim night last year. And certainly has taken some major steps forward here the past handful of years. As we mentioned, a little bit of moisture got put down by the water wagon before this group.
So here's something that just popped in my mind, Chris Moore. And you know, I want you to answer this. As a race, as a race fan, give me your top 5 modified drivers of all time.
All time?
All time.
All right. Well, you have to have Brett Hearn.
In no particular order.
Okay. Well, you have to have Brett Hearn.
Absolutely.
I think you have to have Danny Johnson.
Sure.
I personally, right, maybe it's because I'm young, I think you have to have Stuart Friesen and Matt Shepard.
Okay.
5th, I mean, there's a lot of ways you could go.
Pouch Senior.
I think would probably be it. He showed a lot of versatility. I mean, was awesome in a 410 sprint car for absolutely no reason. Could just get in a 410 sprint car and win.
If he's a guy I know, he's
dude.
transcended enough genre there, right?
I think that he's, but there's, I mean, like Alan Johnson, I think has a strong argument. Yeah, I don't know that I.
For maybe a weekly racer.
Yeah, I don't know that he's quite at that upper echelon. They came in our ear and said Craig Von Doren. Craig Von Doren, great race car driver. I don't know that he's quite in that discussion, but I mean, like I said, I think Alan Johnson would have an argument. I mean, he's won a ton of races.
Bob McCready.
Barefoot Bob,
Right.
which awesome, by the way, T-Mac with the 9 car.
Yeah,
That's
right. Yep.
so cool. I think Pouch would probably be number 5. To me, the top 4, though, are unarguable. Hearn, Danny Johnson, Stuart Friesen, and Matt Shepard.
Sure.
5th is there would be multiple answers that I wouldn't argue too much.
Which is why it makes so much more sense to just say a Mount Rushmore, because then you only got to name 4, right?
Yeah. But there are people that would disagree with me. I mean, there are.
Well, I mean, we're
you know,
just saying it for talking purposes. Sure. I
Well,
mean,
like I said, for me, being younger, right, but a lot of our fans are of the older generation who would probably not even include Matt Shepard and Stuart Friesen in the discussion, which I think would be complete blasphemy. But
Blasphemers.
yes.
So
Speaking of Craig Von Doren, and I heard this through an offhand conversation, right? So I didn't hear this directly, but Craig Von Doren, who's been around for a lot of heydays between Brett Hearn and Danny Johnson, said that Stuart Friesen is the best race car driver he's ever driven against. At least in a modified, right? For what that's worth.
All right, if you qualify with at least in a modified.
Yeah. Which that's, I believe, all really Craig Von Doren has done.
Okay.
So.
All right. Now, if you were saying all time.
No.
Like, if you were saying all time, like Mount Rushmore of greatest racers.
Man.
Now, that's big and broad.
see, that is that.
Yeah, that's a
man.
challenge.
Like that would have to be going. We would have to categorize that in like time frame, like a certain generation.
Nope.
Well, that is. How can you not put a Mario Andretti on there, an AJ Foyt on there?
We're 2 for 2 so far.
Okay, so we're saying
We're not
any kind of discipline.
Okay, so number one, any kind of discipline, with the exception, no horse racing,
Yeah,
no, none of that.
yeah.
Well, automobile racing.
All right, so what? We got Andretti, we got Foyt.
Yep.
Obviously, you cannot leave out Larson. The reason, okay, so here's my justification on that. You, now again, this is going to start an argument, and I can't read the.
That's
read,
the idea.
I can't read the read these social media. Any other driver in this day of age, hop in, sprint car midget, non-wing sprint car, super late model, NASCAR, anything else, and be in contention for the win all the time. That's my argument for Larson. That's why I think he should go. He would be part of the Mount Rushmore. I cannot now going with that to please the older generation, if you will. And I've seen this man win all the time, and he's one of few that can come into Central PA and just kick the posse's butt. I mean, how can you not let out Steve Kinzer, right? The king of the Outlaws. Steve Kinzer, look at all the great accomplishments he was able to do. Also,
the greatest thing is that any of the guys that you're going to vouch for on this one have got a damn strong resume.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to be justified in your reasons that they should be there. We agree on Foyt and Andretti. As you're getting a look at some of the Wednesday night drivers finally making their way out and onto the racetrack, get some hot lapping in.
All right, so Foyt, Andretti, check.
3 for Dale.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dale,
Nobody has been a superstar at the top of their sport like Dale Earnhardt was.
Our friend of the program is out on the racetrack, by the way, guys.
Look out. Problems in turn number 2 for, amongst others,
Jason Pursley.
Jason Pursley's 86, who we were taking a look at. And Alex Jankowski was out there as well.
My dad was a big Dale Earnhardt fan. That's where I got it from. So, okay.
And Dale may not end up being the most pure, greatest race car driver, but what he did for branding and superstardom of his sport, he is there.
Now, couldn't argue that Jeff Gordon took that, and Dale did it to me, Dale did it, and I was young at the time.
Yeah.
I feel like Dale did it for a region of the country. Jeff Gordon took it to another whole level of the United States.
I think that is a excellent argument.
Yes, because he brought in the left coast into this.
Yes.
He brought the whole sprint car.
I think
that's what I was going to say. Jeff Gordon also was a badass dirt racer before he got his shot in NASCAR.
I think that's an excellent argument.
I mean, I think Jeff has a place in this discussion.
Generationally.
Right.
Generationally, I would say that's Dale for me, but if somebody said, no, that's
I
Jeff
agree.
for them,
Right. Yeah.
I'm there.
Yeah.
And then I think the fourth guy on that, and I put a huge, for me, the debate on number 4 is between the greatness of Steve Kinzer and the longevity of his career versus how great would Tony Stewart have been at just one thing if that's all he'd done,
Right.
and not so great at everything that he dipped his toe into.
Right.
Look at the guy succeeding in drag racing at this point in time in his career, right after being a successful IndyCar, winning in sprint car, winning in Cup.
I'll stop you right there just for a second.
Sure.
Where do you put Doug Wolfgang in that realm?
Beneath Kinzer.
Okay.
And I love me some Doug Wolfgang.
Yeah,
Don't
this is just
get
us
it wrong. Yeah.
passing time.
But
Fumble. Sorry.
Did we recover?
I think we did. The Packers just fumbled the opening kickoff.
All right.
Oh, nice.
Go Birds. Okay, so
my
Doug
all-time
Wolfgang.
my all-time Rushmore is AJ, Andretti,
Sure.
Earnhardt, and Tony.
I respect that. Sure.
Right?
I respect that. Absolutely. That's
With much love to a lot of Chris Moore celebrates. But there we go. Anyways, that's mine, and I understand the arguments for everybody in and around there as well, right? There's going to be guys who are going to climb in with, what about Senna? What about Schumacher? What about...
It gets so difficult.
There's so many ways.
It really does.
And here's the brilliant thing. There's so many different ways to justify your argument. I think before long, Kyle Larson's on that Mount Rushmore for me, just with the and how young he still is.
Yeah,
he has so much longer to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he there's a couple boxes I think he has left to check. I think he's got to win another NASCAR title. You got to have more than one.
Okay.
If I don't think he has to check it, but boy, it would be a hell of a resume helper if he won the Indy 500. I mean,
I think
right. I mean that
seriously
boosts a resume like nothing.
Although
I
as
think
competitive,
he completes that. I really do think he gets that.
Although
done
as competitive as he was in this first year, like we could all go, boy, if he made a real run at this.
Yeah, it's hard to not see him keeping at it until he wins it, knowing how close he is. He's got to win the 500 too.
He's already got the crown jewels of dirt track racing.
Yeah.
He's got a Chili Bowl Nationals and a Knoxville Nationals.
Yep.
Right? So he's check. Has he won Daytona?
No.
Okay.
No, he's got to get that done.
Got to get Daytona.
Got to get that done.
Yeah.
Kyle Busch does too. Kyle Busch, a name we didn't really mention.
He's done a lot.
I mean, that dude.
Done a lot.
That is, you talk about pure talent, at least in the NASCAR level.
Yeah.
He's up there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's incredible, his heyday with Hendrick and Joe Gibbs.
I wish that he had gotten his open wheel dirt career started earlier.
Yeah, I agree.
I wish that 10 years ago, Kyle Busch was doing the things that right now Kyle Busch is doing.
I agree.
Because I think we would be talking about a guy with a Chili Bowl, maybe.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys that like I wish that Jeff Gordon did what Kyle Larson is doing.
Yes.
Because again, Jeff Gordon, when he was growing up, his desired destination was World of Outlaws sprint cars.
Yep.
Like that was what he wanted to do.
Right.
And then, obviously racing, as, we talked with Alex Yankowski, you don't close any doors and things opened up for him and he became one of the greats of all time in NASCAR. But I mean, like, what could he have done if he had done what Kyle Larson is doing?
Yeah.
So that's one of the things I think that just makes this discussion so challenging because there's, what do you value more? Do you value dominance and what you did? Because then I think Donnie Schatz has as good of an argument as anybody.
Oh, 100%. Sure.
Dude,
for sure.
Dude went on a run of Knoxville. It was basically the Donnie Schatz Nationals.
Yeah.
Schattsville.
Yeah. Right.
Anything but Schatz t-shirts started coming into existence.
Yeah, I mean,
so
but then, so what do you value more? Dominance in what you do or the ability to go a lot of different ways? Come on. Saquon Barkley is a monster.
He's a monster. He came from Penn State, by the way.
I was just excited how excited you were for Earl McDougall Jr. slowing down on the pace lap.
I love Earl McDougall Jr.
Speaking of greatest at what they do,
Brian Ward?
ultimate racer / card announcer at the same time. Darn near the goat of racing with a headset on.
I could never.
No.
Could never.
No. Have you guys seen the highlight of him getting his shoulder darn near run over and busted by the dude and not cursing him out in the microphone?
Yeah.
That was something.
He's a better man than I am.
Guys, this will be the last on-air segment for us as one more group of cars are coming down and then the Eagles game can continue on.
Let's go! Go Birds.
We will, Tyler, are we going to keep the live camera feed for this through the end?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll have live camera feed through the very end of the broadcast. However, commentary will end here as you just got your look at Emerson Axum, by the way, out on the racetrack in one of the Keith Kunz Motorsports cars. We're into the Wednesday cars now as we speak. They'll go for another, 20 or so runs after that. But again, this is the final spoken segment for us here at Chili Bowl Practice Day. Chris Moore, Earl Hoon, Caleb Hart.
Throw it to the end zone.
One name
There it is. Told you, yes! Touchdown!
Let's go!
Let's go! All right, folks. Well, the Eagles have just scored.
Tyler, can me and Earl just keep the headsets on and just do this for the rest of
It'll be like Mystery Science Theater 3000, only it's the Eagles game.
Just get the
Oh,
everybody
boy.
pull Flo up on your phone, turn it over, and turn the Eagles game, and just watch with me
Right.
and Earl.
Yeah. Volume up on the phone.
Yeah, exactly.
Volume down on the television. It's like we used to tell them during the Chili Bowl Saturday nights when there was an audio feed only coming from us. Listen, just
Right.
volume down on your TV, volume up on us.
There are people. I mean, if you're a fan of your local team's radio announcer, there are people that do that.
yeah.
They link up their TV with their local radio announcer, and that's what they do. You go to Yankees games.
You guys had Yankees broadcasters, though, and those guys were good.
Yeah. Well, that's what
They were good.
everybody.
Merle Reese. I mean,
Yeah.
I love listening to him.
Merrill Reese sounds like he's the crypt keeper at this point in time.
Oh, will you stop?
Oh, he's a
disrespect.
legend. Don't get me wrong. He just sounds like he's literally eating prune juice and calling football at the same time. Or drinking prune juice. This Metamucil was great. Run over the right tackle for 3.
The Birds have got to get something done here. Yeah, the Metamucil.
This is a written advertisement for prune juice. Saquon Barkley says, take your prune juice and you can jump backwards like me. Signed, Merrill Reese. Go Birds.
Go Birds. Yeah. You always have to get the Go Birds in there. Yeah.
Oh, it's the worst thing Russell Wilson ever did was that little 2-lining Go Hawks at the end of everything that everybody's adopted.
Just real quick, there was one name I left out, which was Jimmy Horton in your
Okay.
question for me.
Yep.
Jimmy Horton,
Yep.
also a all-time great. Was Brian about to make Caleb laugh? Yes. Yes. Are we
I'm good.
talking bad about somebody?
No. Oh, that's funny. Hey, Blake Hahn's on the racetrack. So Hahn in the 52. Sharp looking ride for him this year is off rolling and to the green flag. Blake will be a Wednesday night competitor. Traditionally one of the best, if not the best racing night. It's one of the most competitive, pretty loaded up with a lot of drivers. Kenny McIntosh in the 71K. Sharp looking ride for him. Back at the Keith Cooks Motorsports stable. Should be the 55X of Kevin Thomas Jr., I believe. Spot the letter on that one.
It's on you, Caleb. I am no longer going to be helpful for you.
55A of Jake Swanson is who that was. So Swanson's 55A.
Is that the checkered flag on us as well?
Good news, Chris. You no longer have to have divided loyalty.
I no longer have to be distracted.
Sure. Distracted's the word. Well, folks, that's it. That'll be it for commentary here. We'll see you 3:30 Central Standard Time tomorrow here at the Expo Raceway, the SageNet Center here in Tulsa, Oklahoma for night number 1 of coverage of the Chili Bowl Nationals powered by NOS Energy Drink. For the production staff, for Chris Moore and Earl Hoon, my name is Caleb Hart. Good night, everybody from Tulsa. We'll see you tomorrow for day 1 of Chili Bowl Nationals.